Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington.
And for how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut. I did an internship in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
And what are your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I am kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do medical legal death investigations. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
And please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body, so things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital, and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many post-mortem examinations you have conducted?
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct them independently?
I do both. Yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was a stab wound?
Yes.
And can you approximate how many times?
Many, many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
And prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Prior to you coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or withdrawn postmortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
And why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
And how do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Certainly.
May I approach the Attorney Smith?
Yes, you may.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Marcus ID, please, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may. What number is this?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
States 10 for ID purposes.
Thank you.
Dr. Gill, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 10 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who prepared this particular document?
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory, and she also prepared the lab request form.
And was this report primarily the report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office to prepare such a report?
Yes.
And is it in the regular course of business for your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis?
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
I would just ask for it to be admitted as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, states 10. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking you some questions based on states 10, approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelton Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the post-mortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in? What condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination, if you could give details as to what is conducted?
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body, and then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs, and then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
So that, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 2 of 5.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. In looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
He was received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as 2 catheters, intravenous type catheters actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a stab injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you had indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions? Within the exhibit, it indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with the body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body, and it was going, from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to States 10, under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that? Explain to the jury.
So there were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Directing your attention to page 2 and to page 3 of State's Exhibit number 10, under where it says A, stab wound of torso, can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down and to the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, that's between the ribs, and perforated the pericardial sac and the left ventricle of the heart. There was approximately 750 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart, and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. In the estimated depth, that's how deep the stab wound was, the estimated depth of this penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep.
Now, in reference to State's 10, that paragraph you just read, what does it mean? What is that intercostal space notation? What is that?
So that's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
And what would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated the pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
That next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal to have that? What caused that, if you can explain that?
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first going into the pericardial sac and then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Or it indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
So we do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the track, the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10, where it says, again, page 3 of 5, under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish-brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. It didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would we be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
And also, States 10 again, page 3 of 5, where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there, indicating a brown contusion, green-brownish contusions, and red-purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
So there are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent, and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you had indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
And what is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body if it's don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy to do that examination.
Directing your attention again to stage 10, page 305, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section, so the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal descriptions.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Let's mark this photographs for identification purposes. Your Honor, let's see them.
I'll just take a quick glance. Thank you. Thank you.
Approaching the witness. Dr. Gill, showing you what's been marked as exhibits 11 through 20 for ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize these photographs to be?
These are the autopsy photographs from Mr. McGrath.
Do the photographs that you see here fairly and accurately depict the body that came into your office on the day that the postmortem examination was done?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were depicted, does anything look different to you than the body of James McGrath did on the day of the autopsy?
No.
And again, the purpose of taking these photographs?
To document the findings, who he is, and any injuries.
Do you recall who took these photographs?
We have professional photographers who do that under our direction.
I'd like to enter these as full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states exhibits 11 through 20 as full.
Gill, for the next several questions, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 through 20 as full exhibits. Can you see that, Dr. Gill, where you are? This
Yes.
screen also in front of you. Dr. Gill, what does this photograph depict?
This is a full-body photograph of Mr. McGrath showing how we received him at the medical examiner's office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at States, I believe this is States 11, do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you just identify those areas to the members of the jury?
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth. In his lower legs, there are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs, and then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
I'm referring to States 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit. There is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What does that tag indicate?
That's how it's an identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as States 12. Dr. Gill, what is this a photograph of?
This is a face shot of Mr. McGrath.
I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in States 11? The number matches up, the ME number?
Correct.
Showing you States 13. What is this a photograph of?
So this is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the right-hand side of States 13, where he's indicating there is a red line below the left nipple of the body.
So noted. Thank you.
And Dr. Gill, if you can look at States 13, there is some reddish purplish bruising, it appears, around the neck area of the body of James Thomas McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
Showing you what's been marked at State 14. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound.
And again, that's the placard, the ME placard number that matches up.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State 15. What is this a photograph of?
So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it, and depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, relieving that natural skin tension, so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound.
Showing you States 16. Dr. Gill, what is that a photograph of?
So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space.
Showing you State 17. Is this a close-up photograph of State 16?
Correct.
And can you also see in that photograph the puncture wound?
Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out.
Now, this placard that is utilized here, it looks like there's some measuring tool in there as well. Do you utilize that to measure the puncture wound or the injury?
Yes, that's always kind of on our label. Yeah.
Showing you States 18. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the heart while it's still in the body, and that kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the heart, of the left ventricle of the heart.
So is that the heart taken out of that muscle or tissue that we saw in stage 17?
So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now.
Showing you stage 19. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of lung, pink lung at the top there, and then that hole kind of right in the center. That's where the knife went through the pericardial sac.
And lastly, showing you stage 20. Again, what is that a photograph of?
So this is a photograph of just the heart, and you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
What is the purpose of taking this photograph with the heart removed from the body?
Just to further document the injury.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor? Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to the stab wound to the torso, perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart and the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination and submitted for laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
And what tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was collected?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10 on page 5 of the toxicology report, withdrawn. Page 5, what does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the blood and the vitreous fluid from the eye.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 0.2 gram percent or gram per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to States 10, to the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
Stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial sac, approximately 75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Gill?
The stab wound of the torso.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And if you could please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
Homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
I just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions for Dr. Gill.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill.
Good afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner since July of 2013.
Correct.
Did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
All right. And you've told us that in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features, are what we see with a knife injury, and I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle, and to that depth, I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps, a screwdriver or something like that?
A screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that led you to know that this was a knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us?
Yeah, the anatomic findings are supportive, very supportive of a knife. Yeah.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with a stab wound.
And you described that this stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes.
And you described that as being the space between the ribs?
Correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an injury under Section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then under Section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
Correct.
Now, as part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes.
Why is that an estimated number?
Because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct?
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct.
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
Correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death?
It was the only fatal injury, yes.
Other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature, is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes.
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from this stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability?
Yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Messina?
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused the body of James McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many post-mortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound in your
Objection,
career?
Your Honor. I believe this is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many, many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds. So yeah, I've seen hundreds and probably thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you've determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
A glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth-edged, straight-edged, straight-in wound, so that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were able to determine the positioning or how that knife went into the body of James McGrath. Would you be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place, based on the injuries?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit out. If you don't mind, I'll take that exhibit. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
A few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective bureau?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies, for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes,
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes,
And did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your responding to 43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that the, you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
At what time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30, so I got a call right at around midnight.
And showing you State's Exhibit 2. Is that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
It was dark. It was dark in the yard. The most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black, though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see
Yes.
somewhat?
Yes. Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Okay. Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred, or what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
Now, with regards to the items of, you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially?
Yes.
Do you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, I can. All right. If there's no objection, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
No
Subject
objection,
to
Your Honor.
questioning.
Oh, okay, so let me just take a look at them and refer to them, please. I have 21. Is that, what number is this? 22. Okay. So I'll just note for the record that State's Exhibits 21 through 29 have been shown to Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel has no objection at this time to these particular exhibits being marked as evidence as for ID only, counsel, or for full?
No, Your Honor, it's full.
Well, all right. Court will take the exhibits in as full exhibits at this time, then.
Thank you.
Are they marked appropriately?
I believe they're marked full. Right?
All right, so let's get them marked as full, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Sergeant Bango, with regards to the pictures that that were taken in this case, specifically States 5, what did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene when you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures
Okay.
were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
Okay. My approach, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Showing you State's 22. Do you recognize State's 22?
I do.
And what is State's 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate, if the Honor would allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
Now, with regards to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, why was this seized? Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side, right here.
Can you kind of hold up?
Yeah.
So right to the left side of the shirt, looks like would be mid torso potentially.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a T-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
I'm going to show you State's 24. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And were these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll show you State's 25. These items in State's 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you State's 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and t-shirt just maybe flipped over from states 25?
Yes.
In states 27, again, same t-shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that would be, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove on's middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28, that would be a picture of the same black t-shirt that was in states 27.
Yes.
And that's just an up-close picture of the defect in that t-shirt.
Yes.
In states 29, again, up-close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in states 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't field sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that one time?
So this was right at the time just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you, in fact, use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
Okay. And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in that car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And Is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right.
objection.
Court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed
You can have a seat.
I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house, and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number, and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested that they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured sally port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have I approached
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection to them being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33. On behalf of the state, are properly marked as full. No ID. We'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the sally port?
Yes.
And do you know if pictures were taken?
Yes. Well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 30, that's been marked as a full exhibit. You recognize State's 30?
I do.
And what is State's 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of a motor vehicle that's seized?
Well, to show the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you State's 31. Again, what is State's 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
State's 32. Picture of, what is this picture showing?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
State's 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 in the morning. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos. But I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Court will let the record reflect that defense counsel was shown exhibits 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, all of which are photographs, indicated no objection. And again, that's no objection to those exhibits coming in as full exhibits, counsel.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, court will receive into evidence 34 through 43 on behalf of the state. Thank you.
So you indicated that pictures of the defendant were taken some 72 hours after the incident when he turned himself in on May 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. Do Do you recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
States 35. Again, what does States 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36.
Same. A little closer. You could see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
States 37.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38. Showing you States 38. That's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can't, maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
Okay. States 39.
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
States 40. Seems to be a older wound.
It does appear that that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
States 41. Left hand.
That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42. Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
In States 43, again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No, no.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where members were attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. Well, there was 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. So
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, or from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Tchaikovsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from Ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a Ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
directing your attention to State's Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on State's Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party, or the Lazy Brook incident, the St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen, and an incident occurred in the street, or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident, or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 44?
Yes,
And what is State's 44?
that's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And are the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I have.
And do these videos contain two videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, they do.
The State would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
idea?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence State's full, I believe you said 44?
40.
44, thank you.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony?
I have.
Can you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch, if you can.
So these are two angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house that shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot will pull up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video is in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There's a interaction, an argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident, because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls, and right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes from the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. Bunch of people get out, another car pulls up, and somebody gets out and jumps in another car, and they all flee.
All right, with your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish State's 44?
This next video, is this different angle of the same video?
It's the same video, just a different angle.
And there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound? Can you pause it? And those two videos that we just watched, it was around 11:40 p.m. on May 14th of 2022?
Yes,
So that would be shortly prior to the incident that occurred down the street of 43 Laurel Glen?
yes,
And the next two videos we're about to watch happened just after the
directly
incident?
afterwards, yes.
And this last video is the different angle of the same?
I believe so.
Same footage? Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close to there, so that would corroborate the time in the video.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking what
Yes, yes.
was happening? After you were able to secure video, interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What if anything, did you do next?
So, over the next several months, we were in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview him. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
And what was your purpose in driving to the dead end of Adams Drive?
To locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th.
And this was some 6 months after the incident?
Approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor.
Sure.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 45?
I do.
And what is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, is this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like at or near the time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later?
Yes,
Okay.
so
Showing you 46. Do you
Yes.
recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
that's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No.
What does this show?
This shows a lot of the leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so
So this is 6 months after the incident?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 47. You recognize 47?
yes.
And what is 47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you. Thank you. Here you go.
Now, Sergeant Bango, directing your attention to States 1, can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony? Okay.
So just
This
for
is
the record,
just
to reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top of the photograph, slanted towards the right.
showing you 45, that's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46. Again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area? Is that-
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the two interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, it was late in the day at that point too, we secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day, and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife, so we went back, I believe, 3 days later and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead-end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And after you took the efforts to attempt to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It slowed down at that point because we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation, too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once, and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh, with the approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Faro scan, you said that it's a mapping system?
Well, it's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where,
Yes, where the incident took place. And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
and with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request? Or was
Yes.
it- okay. I don't think there's an objection to any of this, but council
Alright.
wishes me to lay an objection.
No objection to these, Your Honor. I've reviewed them already.
All right, let me just document the exhibit numbers on the record then, so we have a clear record. So with respect to State's Exhibit 48, there was no objection. I'll accept into evidence full. That appears to be a disc or CD. And then additionally, we have State's Exhibits 49, 50, and 51, which are photographs. And is that 52 there in your hand?
52, Your Honor.
And 52, which appears to be a larger exhibit of depicting scenery. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just have Madam Clerk mark them as full before
Oh,
we use
I'm
them.
sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. Thank you.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 49. You recognize 49?
I do. That's an aerial photograph of 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes,
About what time of year was this taken?
end of May.
Of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen, yep.
51, a little bit closer view
Yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit 52. Put this behind you. Is this a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place?
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him, and he was explaining us what to happen. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it, so we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or the portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes. So that house there to the right is 36.
So, we paused it.
Counsel, before you move on, let me just let the record reflect that we're publishing Exhibit 48.
48, correct, I'm sorry. So at 24 seconds, just for the record, this house right here that I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes.
If we could just identify which house it was. There were two houses in the video. The gray house?
So let it play.
I just want to make a clear record, Counsel.
Go back.
Thank you.
So I'm now pointing, it's 24 seconds into the video, Your Honor. It's the gray house on the right portion of State's 48. The red walkway that goes out to Laurel Glen and the driveway to our left side of the gray house.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to start it again on Windows? And just fast forward to 24. How is it not loading? Play it Windows. Play it from there. Yeah, you play. Yeah, you play. And that road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be
Farmhouse Road.
so this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes, it is.
Again, the house to the right here.
It's 43.
Pickup is, that would be
43 Laurel Glen.
Now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements? In
Yes.
relation to where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road?
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't memorize the exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway at 36. I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe. Roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
So with regards to the front of the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen, if you were to walk down towards 36 Laurel Glen, it's about 1.5 to 2 football fields
Yes.
down the road?
Yes.
I just may have a moment here. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I told you.
Good afternoon, Detective Bango.
Good afternoon.
Grown a beard since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit, yeah.
Just want to go over what you've been talking with us about today. You said that you responded that evening after you received a call. You got there, you think, about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was dark, and most of the illumination that you had was coming from your own lights, correct?
And I believe a light in the driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Okay. Was there an ambulance still on scene at that point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road?
Yes,
Parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been cordoned off. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 40?
I don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Something less than that, but
I
maybe
would,
more
yes.
than 40?
Yes.
A large group, fair to say?
Yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present? Not police officers.
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there?
When I got there were a couple parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Fiola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
You learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
Yes.
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
Yes.
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy?
I don't recall.
Misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Was the roadway damp?
Yes.
Did you have your wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand. And you described to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes.
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
Yes.
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
No.
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen,
No.
and didn't extend down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
No.
And didn't encompass anything on Farmhouse Lane or Adams. Is that fair to say?
No.
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area of 43 Laurel Glen and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
Yes. That other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes.
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
The officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21, and that was a Pass the Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that Pass the Chips shirt?
Yes.
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing that you secured that you believe belonged to Mr. McGrath?
I personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all. But there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marvel Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
Yes. Faison Teal. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo, number 24, exhibit 24, photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is that a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
White shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan Hines.
And then you told us that on this particular evening, it had not yet become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such a policy, but it wasn't implemented until
Well-
June 1st?
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body-worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have worn them that evening,
No.
but you didn't have to.
I
Is
didn't.
that-
No. I didn't have one.
You didn't
So the
have-
following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who is the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to the Connery's house to use the body-worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
not
at
at
time?
that date. No, it was not the policy.
Okay. I thought you just told us that
It was
policy.
no, the policy was set in place. I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
But before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses. and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents own or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11:54.
Maybe a little bit more at that point, after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes.
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly.
Yes.
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It
what had
would,
gone
and I
on.
do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of Solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of Solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that indicated that to
You
you?
could tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially a juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night you interviewed two people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was Enrico Fiola,
Yes.
and the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, so just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed, yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident
At that point,
at that point?
I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Fiola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Traficante, you didn't learn of any interviews, videos that had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that
At
fair
that
to say?
point, at that point, no.
Now, you were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bango. So this is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bango, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes,
And that Honda Pilot belongs to Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, and I'm just going to move over here so that I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding that that defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th into the morning of May 15th?
From the information
I
we,
don't know how you'd have that knowledge.
If he knows, it's fine.
well, I don't know through interviews what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 31. And you'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes,
Same defect.
yes.
Then I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 32, and that is the interior of the vehicle looking at it from the passenger's side, the front passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
And as a paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up, and if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. A paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What does that mean?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider, and that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it, and the paramedic would make the decision to if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated. The paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Okay. Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2022?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time
And where were you an EMT?
at Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working then?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th?
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
Okay. And you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next
6 p.m.
6
the next day. Yeah,
day?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded that just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That
the
is,
area?
yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually, withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
on a report of medical, someone in need of medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you got there on what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what the scene was like?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residence to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of, looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5.
Sure.
It's a daylight picture, essentially the same area.
Yes.
Can you use State's 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. We immediately checked in times like that for triage, we immediately checked for a pulse, which he had a very weak 30 pulse, which is another bad sign. And he did not look well. You can look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain
Yeah,
that?
of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient, unfortunately. You're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
Okay. So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very, very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically. Yes.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witnessed arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR, because at this point my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry.
ventricular tachycardia, and sorry, I'm drawing a blank. VFib, ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only two rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AD, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. It will analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Do you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it was pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark, but I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was, I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And in looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5, was your ambulance parked somewhere in the area of this, on the street here, State's 5?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Okay. Now past it to the right? Or
To the right.
Okay. Okay. And with regards to State's 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in State's 5?
Yeah, so there's like a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, looks like maybe gauze pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you, Attorney Durso. The record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
We did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called VEMS, Valley EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when do you know the name of that individual? That
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when withdrawn? When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you withdrawn? Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. And what hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner.
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. If I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights
We
and
did, yep.
sirens?
Mm-hmm.
And okay. And when you get to the hospital, any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
Yeah, so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what, if anything, did you do in relation to this case?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Good. You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm
Egan.
sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll
for
do my
us. I
best.
just want to go over things, okay?
Sure.
You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with. Maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decog?
Decontaminate.
Decon. Ah,
Yep.
gotcha. Decontaminate. Thank you. All right. So you were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct? Yelling obscenities, correct? And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients. Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in the chart. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went and triaged, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients.
No.
You encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to the person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one he came across. So we do a rapid scan, and then after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them, and then I began working doing the AED CPR.
Any indication that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
Okay. And yet they were still difficult to part for you to get to the patient?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic, so situations like this, people tend to move in on the patient, so you have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that red bush is on the exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway?
I can't remember if there were cars parked directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patients?
Yes,
that you saw
yep.
there. And when you got to this patient that you have described to us rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen, right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
Gotcha. And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yep.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point, you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No,
Sir?
Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Jeff McKee to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir, if you'd please enter the witness box, please watch your step. Please remain standing once you're in the box. Madam Clerk will put you to oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address.
Sure, Jeffrey McKee, MCKE is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years, and prior to that, I was an EMT for about 10, and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
And did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic for?
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was,
In what capacity?
as a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to States 1, where that red mark is right behind you, on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to on that night?
Yes, it is.
Around what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to States 5. It's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in States 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there appears to be medical material in States 5. Is that where you were?
Yes.
So
Thank you, Your Honor. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around, and that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating at the top of the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. Observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there was a flat line?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, a palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival that had been lost, so it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest, so there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a backboard, put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well, so I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called an intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
Okay. So you're in the back of the ambulance?
Yep.
Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication
Yes.
in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop, and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, how does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this
I
point?
provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving any type of heart rhythm?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw
No.
it?
When I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate, and I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there, and then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance in through the ED with the ED staff taking over CPR.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Afternoon.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to
Yes.
say? People screaming.
Yes, crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes,
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
yes,
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
yes,
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did
I
you?
did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes,
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
yes,
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
no,
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
correct.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty. The roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes.
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which meant that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why. Yeah.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians,
I
correct?
did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene.
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer the witness box.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we took the break, I was just about to ask you about the fight itself. What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd, and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connery said anything during the fight?
Yes,
What do you
he
recall?
yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video. going to show you some stills from the video. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt, do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Fiola.
That's Enrico Fiola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Ryan Hines, who's that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
And do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And do you know if there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you State 64. Direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt and it appears to be tan shorts on?
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on with the shirt hanging out the back, do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts, do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage, that's?
Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler De Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68. The individual here with the shirt pulled up with the jeans on, can you tell us who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, State 69. Do you know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when you stopped filming, withdrawn. After the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark-colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds, and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there, and he was just out of breath, and then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his rib cage.
And what side of his do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside, or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance, and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I do sales at Iron Solar Pros.
At Iron what?
Ion Solar Pros.
Okay. Just keep your voice up, okay? You're soft-spoken. And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
And prior to today's testimony, have you and I met?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
Because of this instance.
Now I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, okay? How old were you back then?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was.
Where were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
I played football and lacrosse.
Now, I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 8th grade, and we played football together ever since then.
And when you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
A few hours. And when you got to Natalia's house, what kind of things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out. Had a drink or two. It was really just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
Beers. And you said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come to leave Natalia's house at some point in time?
Yeah.
And why did you leave Natalia's house?
So me and Hines were a little bit bored, and we had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text, and I was like, hey, do you mind if me and Hines came? He told us, yeah, feel free, come on over. So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
Now you say Austin Leifer. How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
And they were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
And where does Austin live, if you can recall?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
Lazy Brook Road? Yeah. And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, that Tanner who?
Chernowski.
Okay, and is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
Okay. And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Okay, just the two of you?
Yeah.
And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
Okay. And when you get to Austin's house, around what time of night was it?
I'm not sure, maybe around 10.
Okay. And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
Okay. And did Tanner get out of the car?
No, he left.
So Tanner just dropped you off and left?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that sequence of events.
Me and Hines step out of the car, begin walking up the driveway.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy Brook?
Hines had a 12-rack of beer.
12-pack of beer? What kind of beer was it?
I believe Bud Light.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, you and Hines, tell us what you and Hines did after that.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we were, which we expected. Like, what are we doing here, this and that. We told them Austin had invited us.
Sustained. I'm going to strike what Mr. Hines said or what the other person stated. So if you took a note on it, please discard it, strike it from your notes. It's not to be considered for evidence in this case, okay?
So without telling us what they said, did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
And do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 SJ kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler De Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Okay. And is Raul Valle in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You may proceed.
And does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes,
And
Lido.
what is his nickname?
Lido.
Lido? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you
Yeah.
and Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And the 2 of them that you're referring to?
Hines and Jack Snyder.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that
Yes.
happening? And when that happened, what, if anything, can you tell us about withdrawing? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler De Silva was present at that moment?
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
So Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. De Silva's to Snyder's left.
So if you're behind and I'm
De Silva's right there.
so he's over to Jack's left.
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
And do you recall where he was standing before, when Jack and
He
Jack
was
and Ryan-
right here to Hines,
behind him, to his right?
like peripheral.
Okay. Now, what do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack and I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say this.
So
or
at
no.
some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight, and what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler DeSilva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on. I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
And is this a picture accurately reflect what Jack was wearing that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer it at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 53.
Showing you States 53 again, now for the jury's benefit. Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like, obviously, there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gather his things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we had offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
when you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time, between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house. Was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house? Well, withdrawn. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't tell us what he said. Did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it, you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with, and we would go play basketball, pickup games, you know, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf of.
We can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions, you know, being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. It's a full exhibit. Do you recognize State's 5?
Yes.
And what is State's 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
what time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids? May approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
A picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes, do you recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie Moore? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56, you recognize 56.
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, I'm going to show you State's 57. You recognize State's 57.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits. Objection.
All right, without objection, court will go ahead and take into evidence States 54, 55, 56, and 57, I believe.
I may have a moment, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
After I call it.
Madam Clerk, those went through 57, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Showing you States 54, now publishing that to the jury. States 54 is again,
Faison Teal.
and was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? Picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. I've known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lockovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Rich's, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Okay. Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was collective. A couple people would tell them to pull up, so I did.
So you told them to pull up, and when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
You said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. Can I see?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now, at some point in time, a car arrives.
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you States 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited? Well, withdraw. When you were aware, became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to at like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there, and we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now I'm going to take you back now, okay? Back up. This is State's Exhibit 6, okay? Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both, okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay, and where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay, and at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Bilko doors?
Yeah.
So those are like the basement doors
Yeah.
that open like this? And what side of the house are the Bilko doors in? I'm showing you state 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that. Certainly, of course.
You would go up there, right here. You do a point right here for the jury.
so right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. So, Your Honor, if the record can reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in state 6 in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening area here.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
And when you came out of the Bilko doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilko doors? Not at first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where this patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road?
It was pulled up onto the side.
On the side of the road. So right about here?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, there's trees at the bottom of stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel, Glen, and Adams.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
So the car was parked there.
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car?
In your group? No, in
our
your group.
Not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing,
It was facing
towards Adams or away from Adams?
away, down
Away.
the road.
So if we're looking at approach your arms.
Okay.
This is stage 1. So when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from Pryor at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them, they're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if if the car is parked here on the right side in stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Are you inside of the car?
I'm more towards the the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road?
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car?
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Do you recall who was driving the Pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah, a few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else? Excuse me. What else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive and drove forward, and I had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding, I
Okay.
guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in State 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or if
You see, it's like a square, so I don't really remember if they drove the square or
if they just busted a U-turn and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back and forth.
They crossed the house multiple times.
Okay.
yes.
And when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
Okay. And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
they had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So, for the jury's and the record's benefit, this is States 1. If we're looking at States 1, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area?
Yeah, no.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness was saying they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36 Road.
It's noted, thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stop down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road? Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to, not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the
Okay,
basement door.
So you walked, before you get back into the house, can you show me on States 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, the record can reflect my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet into the road.
Court will note it, thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilko doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and De Silva were out of their car.
Okay. Now,
Show you States 52. Okay. Now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taken. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
Let's show you States 50. A little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees and the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind
Can you
of
describe it.
Kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area? Or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck past the black truck and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the
Right,
time, so we
this
kind of just walked down like exactly where it is, and then like bended into the grass.
So, if I may have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to show you States 5. When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you States. For the record, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is States 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in States 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity right here.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here, and the red bush.
All right, so noted, thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like at that point?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, like slightly illuminating. It was dim lit. Moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. You were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up facing
Towards Adams.
kind of like
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted, thank you. Cordell noted, thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that, you see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Lito would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction, take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, at one point, yeah.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well? Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But you're from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready, just like ready to fight.
Okay. And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long. Maybe
When you say not very long, how,
a minute or two.
okay, and after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happen?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me, so I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it, and then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically, in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight. No.
Not during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, maybe right on the cement.
Just watching.
So you were in that general area?
I stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner?
Tanner Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say, withdrawn, tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah, so while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so, just so we're clear, States 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block septic cap here and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe like...
Maybe a little farther back as well.
Okay, maybe, so probably around just to the lower right-hand portion of 52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes.
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
He runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, where did you observe where Tyler De Silva was at this point?
He's kind of like in the road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler De Silva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawn, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah,
Okay. A lot of kids?
a lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe, like, from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
States 57. Is that the outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy, withdrawn, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car, I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay. When you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in States 52?
Not many.
Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was, and I would think
That's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the
far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
Okay. So you saw red on the shorts, and he fell to the ground. When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him, and then I noticed Tommy, interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's okay.
He was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off to give it. I gave it to Charlie first and told him to give it to Tommy to wrap his leg.
And when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it. And then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding, and we took him out. We were, dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance, you got to go. And then it kind of just all, once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut on the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So Did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, withdrawn, after, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because that was a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, did you were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Marcenzi. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridzik's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Okay. Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4?
No, because I didn't have that many. I wasn't able to get anything for that night, really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of...
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer,
He did.
correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Okay. Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Possible?
Sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had...
Hold on just a minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible, it's speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes if you have anything in there and you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at the Ridzik's house?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifer's house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
Yeah. Not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call him a cousin.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah, it was a St. Joe's party.
It
Often
was a
attended
St. Joe's
St.
party.
Joe's, yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's,
No, I was not.
nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski.
No.
And there were 4 kids there, but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? And Raul Valle, correct? And you knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him,
Yes.
and that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah, the garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage. Maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being
door
played?
was shut, and the way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, or Raul Valle were, is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were, is that
No.
fair to say?
Correct.
And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just students?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant,
Yes.
and that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Light for your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet,
I
correct?
believe so. Yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was. Yeah, he was brought him to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, he removed his helmet and struck him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement?
Sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines was the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no one else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I don't. I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here, and you told them then, that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah,
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
yeah.
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't sort of say be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happen, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it. And he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "Dude, like you're in that. Like there's 3 of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you like? Parents?
Yes.
His mom was home. Yeah.
You were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
But they said they were running one-on-one fight. Hines, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway?
I didn't know they were in the driveway or in the house. Sorry.
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds?
As much as 40. Nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked them up or if she handed them to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls, and they had witnessed what happened, and we were like, "You guys mind bringing us home?" And they had no problem with it.
But you don't recall who that was?
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines' beers that he had
No.
just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazyburg house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're
Yeah.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazybrook Road?
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah. Me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, "What the hell? That was bull."
A little pissed off?
Yeah. We weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we have 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valle, Mr. De Silva, and Mr.
I found that
Snyder
out
were
after,
added,
but in the
correct?
given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah. My phone number is the number that sent it. Yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah,
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that this is my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened. Because they started off with come to Trumbull High. So we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High. And said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text
No,
the
nobody
address.
forced me to text anything, no.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. And you told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. By more, if it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had one beer?
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No.
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music. People having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong table?
A table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? Yeah. How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we were here. Someone ran outside, didn't see them, and then someone else was like, there's a car outside, and that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
A few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
Yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity, walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
43
go.
Laurel Glen
I'm
Drive
gonna
after
go
the fight?
confront them. Yeah, I'm gonna go outside. But this was more of like me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there, so they were kind of taking control. And it was more like people. They were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you've told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
We gotta rotate it.
That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
The outside, the windshield. It's very close. Just a moment, Mr. Marslinzik. I'm trying to get an exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen, so I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car? I was
How did you come out of the house?
through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know, if this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway?
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement?
That's the second time when they come back. The first
Okay.
time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down
Yeah,
the driveway?
we all walked out. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand?
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which
Looking at the
side
people.
of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car.
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't.
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
I'm going to object as to argumentative.
I'll allow it overruled.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address, but sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked
Yeah,
on the other
There
side of
might
the
have
road.
been one or two car parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side.
It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between the pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed. But once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. But a couple people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
Okay. How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down, and they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you
Yeah.
wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything, so.
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
Yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle, fair to say?
Objection as to the characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Samperry was present.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Burnson was present.
Mm-hmm.
Tanner was present.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct?
Mhm.
You grew up with all these kids, correct?
I did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who. It's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I
An
walked
object
it.
is asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct? Mm-hmm. And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back in. I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I didn't I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
Those, you think only those 2 people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those 2 people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No,
at
I went
Farmhouse
back
Lane?
inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I had just kind of met Burns. I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No,
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down
didn't
to
tell them
details.
about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically say that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was, and they were looking, but it wasn't like...
Well, did one kid stay outside, or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them down when they were down at the... I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back, and everyone was like, "What?" and all funneled out the back doors. Like,
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinse?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included. Yes.
You sent texts,
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, that's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside?
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, sitting ducks, ODE, very scared, right?
Yes.
And then you asked, how's your car, pussy? Fold, that's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and down the
driven
street.
up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight?
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come and there'd be no point in having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
Okay. You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them, yeah.
Oh, once you were asked about them, you told them that they
Well,
existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinzik, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir. Is
Well,
that
I
what
had a
you
misconception.
said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
Okay. I see. At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay?
Yes, the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car
I
returned?
was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody...
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
Did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things
Yeah,
occurred?
the car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight?
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. Like, the people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler De Silva out there?
Yes.
You see Raul Valle out there?
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there?
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties.
Yeah.
Snyder, De Silva, and Valle, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And To your knowledge, did Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Okay. Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, or with anybody specifically. I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. De Silva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. No one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak up for people, or specifics, or I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but it was mainly I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. De Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Rich was on the ground. De Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in a chokehold kind of thing, but not really. Just holding him down so he couldn't get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was live streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this
You
event.
think somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. It's do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You were close to that?
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation, yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
That was
throw a punch.
everyone kind of saw it, at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
No, I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valle.
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a movement of some sort.
Yeah, they were
Describe
squared up to
that
each
movement.
other. Just like he was it was. He didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is going to defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like, obviously we're not gonna, like, you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like, there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like I once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because the crowd, and it went down. The crowd blocked it all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all crowded together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time, no.
Didn't see Alex Bernson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernson do?
He would when he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lokovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
Objection, he said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people, so I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection, just testified he couldn't see.
Sir, overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Obviously people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't, I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Where you've described by the red bush and the cement square?
Yeah.
You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary, maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself
Yeah.
seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was.
Like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up.
So when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all kind of, a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that.
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chanowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it.
Who showed it to you?
By the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, that night I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
And I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers?
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
Okay. And you
Or
were
early
16
in
at the
night.
time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valle hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah,
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
Nah, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep, we grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
And you would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on a field he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No?
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Doesn't, if not, if that's what he said, I'll overrule. The question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he
my
would
understanding.
describe him as that.
Describe him as?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
I'll allow it, overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably
he-
not.
Yeah, like he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinzik, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva, so I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground, someone's gonna just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like, just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Villalobos was in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, you have to.
Sorry.
For the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
Okay. You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some text once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first, so I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was that I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded out of childness. I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something, but that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face?
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting, since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You told us when the swarm occurred on Mr. Valley, you couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out in specific. There was
And you didn't
people.
see him again until you saw
he
him
ran
at the
into the
car,
road.
correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so.
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
Honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall, so I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah. He pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valley?
Like, once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos. Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like, I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, and where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
And you heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling, he has a knife, was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No. At least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. I'm assuming there's going to be some redirect?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right, this is a good time to take our morning recess.
Isabella, good afternoon.
Thank you, too.
Can you just keep your voice up because you're very soft-spoken? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Isabella, how old are you today?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. And do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Lehigh University in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And what are you currently studying?
Marketing or business.
And I'm sorry?
Sorry, I said business. Like.
Okay. And are you working for the summer?
I have a summer internship
And where do you work?
in Ridgefield.
Okay. And do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you and I met regarding this case?
Yes.
And are you nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
How old were you back then?
Sorry, say the year again.
May 14th of 2022?
2022. I was 3 years ago, so 17.
Okay. And were you in school?
St. Joe's.
Okay. And what year in school were you at St. Joe's?
I was a junior in high school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
We were classmates.
At St. Joe's?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Tyler DeSilva?
Same thing, we were classmates.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
Classmates as well.
And does Raul have a nickname?
Lido.
Lido? And is Raul present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket and a tie.
And can you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
All right, court will allow the record to so reflect.
Now, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you invited to a party on 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances surrounding you going to 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I was invited, my lacrosse team was going there, and Maddie Leifer had invited us, and we all hung out there, and that was the initial.
Initially, how many people were there?
Initially, I maybe like 15, I'm not quite sure to be honest.
And this was a St. Joe's High School lacrosse party?
Yeah, she just had our lacrosse team over and some of her friends.
Okay. And at some point in time, did other people show up to the party?
Yes.
Who showed up to the party?
Other people that went to our school, other friends of Maddie, and yeah, other kids just started showing up. I don't know exactly who
Okay.
was, yeah.
At some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva show up to the party?
Yes.
Were they invited to the party?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, just don't answer that basis.
It's going to call for hearsay, opinion, and facts not in evidence.
If she knows.
All right, well, why don't we preface it with laying the right foundation then? So I will go ahead and sustain the objection.
Do you recall who was invited to the party?
Initially?
Initially.
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for the same thing.
It does. I'll sustain the objection. Counsel, you may rephrase your question.
So with regards to this party, what was your understanding about who was attending the party?
I know my lacrosse team was invited, and I know that she maybe had invited some other kids from our school. but
And when you say other kids being, like who? What kind of kids were invited?
friends of
Your Honor, if she knows.
Maddie Leifer
I'll
from
allow
high
it
school.
overruled. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I know that you don't know this.
Yeah.
If there's an objection pending, I'm just going to ask you to wait until I make a ruling until you continue speaking, okay? But you're okay. I know
sorry.
you've not done this before as far as I know.
Yeah.
So but just let me ask you to do that for me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, you may continue.
So again, do you recall who initially was at the party?
Yeah, my lacrosse team was, and some of her friends from St. Joe's were there. That's all I recall.
Was it the girls' lacrosse team?
Girls lacrosse, yeah.
Were there any males at the party?
Friends of hers, yeah.
And at some point, how many people would you say were at the party initially?
Initially, maybe like 15 or 20, but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
And do you recall whether or not at some point in time the party got bigger?
I recall it getting bigger. I don't know how soon it was, but it did get bigger.
And what time would you say you got to the Leifer's house?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on at the party?
We were all just gathered, all saying hi, talking. There was drinking.
There was?
Yeah.
Now, when you say there was drinking, what kind of drinking was going on?
I just know people were drinking, like, casually, nothing too crazy.
Okay. Do you know whether or not people brought their own stuff, or was it being provided by?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point in time, did people who were not initially invited to the party show up?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to call for hearsay. It's going to call for opinion.
I'm not asking one, somebody else.
All right.
It's not an evidence.
Hold on. I am going to sustain the objection, counsel. The evidence is not in that she knows who was invited to the party. So I'll sustain the objection.
Well, she testified, Your Honor, that the lacrosse team was invited to the party and some other friends.
But she again, I'm sustaining the objection.
Do you recall whether or not the other friends that were invited to the party included the defendant?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The other friends that were invited to the party, did that include the defendant?
Not that I'm aware of.
And did that include Jack Snyder?
Not that I'm aware
And
of.
did that include Tyler De Silva?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I'm not sure.
When he got to the party, do you recall who he was with?
I'm pretty sure he came with Jack and Tyler.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yeah.
And what is State's 53?
Like, who are they?
Yeah.
Lito's on the right and Jack's on the left.
And do you know where this picture was taken?
In her basement?
In the basement of the Leifer's house?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the defendant wearing a helmet that night?
Yes.
And the neck pillow as well?
Yeah.
At what point did the defendant come to the party like that?
Not that I recall, but I don't remember.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn. How long were you at the party before the defendant and his friend showed up?
It's hard to remember, if I'm being honest. Maybe an hour, but I'm also not sure.
And at some point in time, did the party get too big?
Yeah.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not people were asked to leave?
Yes, people were asked to leave.
Do you know in particular who was asked to leave?
I think she just wanted everyone out.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you recall whether or not two individuals that were not associated with St. Joe's High School showed up?
I remember I heard about it, and yeah, I recall people showed up at the party.
And when they showed up to the party, was there any type of altercation that you witnessed at the party?
Yes.
And what did you witness at the party?
There was a fight that broke out outside.
And do you know who was involved in that fight?
I know that Jack, Tyler, and Lito were involved in it, and kids outside of St. Joe's. I don't know who those kids are, but
And what do you remember seeing about that fight?
It was outside and they were just fighting.
And when you saw that fight, did you do anything just prior to witnessing that fight?
I started videoing the fight.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58 for identification. Do you recognize 58?
Yes.
And what is State's 58?
The video that I took.
And is this video that you took from the night of May 14th of 2022 at Lazybrook?
Yes.
And have you viewed this video prior to today's testimony?
Yes.
And does this USB drive contain the original video that you took from that fight?
Yes.
And does it also contain a video that has been lightened up of the same video?
Yes.
Has that been changed in any way other than it being lightened up?
No.
And does it also contain a slow motion version of the same video that's also lightened up?
Yes.
And aside from it being slow motion and lightened up, is it changed in any way from the original video?
No.
Your Honor, the State would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept the exhibit into evidence as a full exhibit.
Wish to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Certainly, thank you.
We're going to watch the three videos together. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now that first video, was that the original video you took of the fight that occurred at Lazybrook Road?
Yes.
Was that the lightened up version of the same video?
Yes.
Go to frame 90. You see the slow motion version has frames on the bottom. Okay? We're at frame 90 on State's Exhibit 58, the slow motion version. I'm going to ask you. Can I have that pointer? Can you tell me, do you know who this individual is right here to the left?
Tyler?
Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is here in the center with the dark
you
pants
able-
and the helmet?
Are you able to see the pointing?
Can't see the pointing, Your Honor, but I can see the video, and I'm fairly clear who
all
it
right.
is he's pointing.
Yes.
Who
That's
is that?
Lito.
That's Lito, the defendant?
Yes.
And who is this in the red sweatshirt here?
That's Jack.
And the kid in the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Is that one of the Shelton kids that came?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. At some point in time, were you asked to be interviewed by the police department with regards to this case?
Yes.
And when you were interviewed with the police department, did you provide this video of this fight?
Yes.
And outside of that, once this fight was over, what happened at the Lifers' house?
After this, everyone parted ways and left. Yeah. Everyone went home. I went home.
You went home?
Yeah.
Okay. And with regards to the drinking that was going on in the house, was everybody drinking that night?
I'd say a good amount of people were.
Yeah. Okay. And did you have anything to drink that night?
Yeah.
Okay. How much would you say you drank that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you drunk?
Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't remember.
But do you remember this fight?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Molnar.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to go over with you what you've testified to here, okay? You said that initially there were about 15 to 20 people that were at the party, correct?
Yes.
And those were all St. Joe's kids, is that correct?
I think it was mainly St. Joe's kids. I can't confirm that it was only St. Joe's, but from my understanding it was.
Do you recall seeing anybody else that you didn't recognize other than when the two kids from Shelton High arrived?
I remember Maddie's boyfriend was there at the time. I think it was mainly all St. Joe's kids who else were there, but that's to my understanding.
And you said most of the people there were drinking, right?
As I remember, yes.
And all of those people that were drinking were all underage, is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Because you didn't see any adults there, is that correct?
No.
And this home where you were partying, the party part took place downstairs in the basement? And again, you didn't see any adults down there, is that correct?
No.
And you told us that some folks were bringing alcohol with them, correct?
Bringing alcohol? I think maybe some people, I'm not sure where people had alcohol or where they got it from, but people were drinking.
Did you see anybody coming down from upstairs in the home with alcohol?
With alcohol? I know people were using the bathroom upstairs, so some people were going upstairs and then coming back down.
Did you see any adults providing alcohol?
I didn't see any adults providing alcohol.
And you didn't see any adults in the basement, is that correct?
At the end of the party, her mom told us to all leave, but that was it.
You didn't know either of these two Shelton High kids who showed up?
No, I'm not sure.
And you started to record this because you thought what was going to happen?
It was kind of just out of impulse, I think. Yeah, I think I just reacted.
And you shared that video with the police when you talked to them on June 1st, correct? But between May 14th and June 1st, you didn't share that with any police officers, did you?
Not the ones, other than the ones I showed.
On June 1st?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And so you weren't recording it at that point to preserve it as evidence to show somebody,
No.
right? And you didn't know if Mr. De Silva was coming over to try and break it up or if he was part of the fight, right?
No, it all just kind of happened really fast, and yeah.
And at some point they sort of collapsed onto the ground on the other side of a vehicle, right? And you couldn't see what was going on at that point, could you?
I think it looks at one point like Lito or somebody smacks someone with their fist, but I couldn't really see much other than the video.
And you saw Mr. Valle was wearing a motorcycle helmet, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him in the picture there. He also had on a pillow, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they were playing some form of beer pong downstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And there was no fighting going on in the basement. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
None of the kids down there were fighting or making threats towards one another before
No.
the Shelton High kids showed up.
Not that I remember.
And in fact, Mr. Valle, you thought wearing the neck pillow and the helmet was trying to be funny.
Objection is to, well, withdrawn.
You can answer. Thank you.
I don't know why. I'm not sure why he was wearing it.
You told officers when they interviewed you that you thought he was trying to be funny, correct?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You didn't think that he was wearing that because he was looking to get into a fight, did you?
I'm going to object based on what she thought he thought or what he was doing. That's
He's asking what she thought, and
what she thought he was doing.
she already answered about a statement she made to the police attorney, Dursa, so I'll allow it. Thank you.
I'm sorry about why he was wearing it.
Right, you didn't think that he was doing that so that he was getting ready to go for a fight, did you?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
And then you said that after the fight, very quickly, Mrs. Leifer came out of the house and told everybody to go, right?
Yeah.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle that evening?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Nothing further from Ms. Lear.
Thank you. You're all set. You can exit the witness box. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Attorney Messina, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Emily, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And what are you currently doing?
I am testifying in a murder trial.
Yes. I guess I should be more specific.
Sorry.
Currently, what are you doing? School, work?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I am attending Bentley University.
Nice. And where is that located?
Waltham.
And what is your major?
I am a marketing major.
Nice. What are you doing for the summer?
I am doing an internship in, I think, Berlin or somewhere in Connecticut.
Okay.
A sports management
Cool.
internship.
A little nervous today?
A little bit.
That's okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. So, do you recall us meeting before today's date?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to talk about the trial.
Okay. And did I tell you to just tell us the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did I tell you what to say?
No.
Emily, what high school did you attend?
I went to St. Joseph High School.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022. What year were you at St. Joe's?
A junior.
And did you play any sports at St. Joe's?
Yes, I played girls soccer and girls lacrosse.
And in May of 2022, were you on the girls lacrosse team?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And why do you specifically recall that day?
There was a little get-together for the girls lacrosse team.
And when you say a little get-together, do you mean a party or something more?
Yes, it was a little party.
And where was that party located?
Lazy Brook in Shelton.
Okay, and what was at Lazy Brook in Shelton? Whose residence was that?
It was Madigan Leifer's house, a girl on the girls lacrosse team.
Okay, do you recall the address by any chance?
5 Lazy Brook Road, maybe?
Okay. And do you recall how you got to that get-together?
I drove.
And I'm going to direct your attention to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at that location?
I'm not too sure. Sometime around 5-ish.
Okay. And when you got to the party, what was going on?
Nothing really. It was more just like everyone was hanging out in the basement.
Approximately how many people were at this party?
Around 20-ish.
At some point as the night progressed, did the party get bigger?
Yes.
And how large would you say it got? How many people would you say were there later on in the night?
I can't really recall.
Okay. In attendance at the party, was it just St. Joe's girls lacrosse players, or were there
No.
other individuals there?
There was more St. Joe's kids and some other kids from Shelton.
Okay. And when you say some other kids from Shelton, how many other kids from Shelton were there?
I'm not completely sure the exact number, but I do know that there was 2.
Okay. In addition to, you said some girls lacrosse players, you indicated 2 Shelton High School students. Was there anyone else that was there that was not invited?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the answer. Thank you. Just disregard it. It's not part of the evidence.
Emily, are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those individuals?
I was in their grade at school. I had classes with them, but that's pretty much where it ended.
Did you hang out with their friends at group gatherings at all?
No, not usually, no.
Okay. If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. From those three individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Lido.
Okay.
Raul.
When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul.
Okay. So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant.
The record should so reflect. Thank you.
So, Emily, as I refer to Lido or Raul, as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person, okay? So, Emily, at some point, when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's, three individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes.
And what happened?
There was a fight.
Okay. And were you present when that fight took place?
Yes.
And when you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Okay. Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as Season Exhibit number 53. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Emily, you have a screen in front of you here.
Yes.
Looking at State 53, do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
Yes.
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido in the blue.
And looking at State 53, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his neck?
Yes.
Okay. And from your recollection from that night at the party, do you recall if the defendant showed up wearing this helmet and the pillow, or did he retrieve it at the party?
He got it at the party.
Do you recall whose helmet that is that he's wearing?
I do not know exactly.
Okay. And when the fight broke out that you observed, do you recall if the defendant was wearing that helmet during the fight?
He was.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to the party that night, what was happening at the party? Was there drinking going on? Were there games being played? Explain.
Yes, there was drinking going on, and there was some games being played, like beer pong and other drinking games.
Okay. What type of alcohol was being consumed, if you recall?
Mostly beer and some alcoholic, like seltzers.
Had you been drinking?
Yes.
How many alcoholic beverages had you consumed?
I don't remember.
Were you, had you been drinking to the point where you were drunk, not able to stand, or?
No, no.
Okay. And you indicated you had driven to the party that night?
Yes.
Now, did you observe Lido or Raul drinking that night?
Yes.
And looking at State 53, do you see the blue liquid that the defendant is holding in his hand there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is? Or do you know what that is? Now, the individuals that arrived from Shelton High School, as you indicated, do you know the names of those individuals?
I did not at the time, but I did later learn that it was Griffin and Ryan.
Okay. And when you say later on, did you have interactions with them?
Yes. After the fight, one of my friends drove them away.
And is that when you learned their names?
Yes. Yeah, in the car.
Now, when, as you indicated, Ryan and Griffin arrived at 5 Lazy Brook, if you can recall, or if you observed, how did the defendant, Jack, and Tyler Da Silva react?
They did not want them there.
Okay, and how do you know that? What were they doing, without going into what they were saying, how were they observed?
Trying to kick them out.
Okay. Would you say it was a bit of a hostile interaction?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you indicated a fight broke out. Do you recall what that fight was over?
It was over like a little case of beer.
Okay, and when you say it was over a little case of beer, explain.
The Lido and like the others had taken it from them and wanted them to leave, and Ryan wanted the beer back and then he would leave, but so that's why they fought over the alcohol.
Okay. Were you standing there when were you observing this? You were observing the beer being taken and then Ryan wanting that beer back?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the boys from St. Joe's give the beer back to Ryan at that point?
No.
Okay. And because the beer was not given back, what occurred?
That's when the fight broke out.
And when you say a fight broke out, you indicated you observed the fight. To your recollection, explain what you observed when the fight happened.
I saw Lito punch Ryan from behind, and then that's when everyone started fighting.
Okay, and when you say everyone, who else was fighting?
Jack, Tyler, and Lito.
Now, obviously from Stage 53, you can see here, you indicated Jack is wearing the red sweatshirt, Lito is wearing the blue shirt. What was Tyler wearing that night, if you can recall?
A light blue jersey.
Now, you had said that you were saying certain things during the fight when it was going on?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Trying to break it up.
Okay. And were you successful in breaking up the fight?
No, not really.
In addition to, as you said, you observed Lito hit someone in the back of the head?
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant doing anything else during that fight?
Near the end of the fight, he headbutted Ryan, who was on the ground with the helmet on.
So when you say headbutted, explain to the members of the jury what you mean by that.
He took his head and to the ground, he dive bombed with his head into Ryan, who was on the ground.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is motioning her head towards the front of her body to indicate what the defendant was doing with the helmet.
We'll let the record reflect the movement of the witness in the stand as such. Thank you.
Now, Emily, from your description, it sounds like the defendant had kept the helmet on as he was using it on Ryan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at any point did he take that helmet off when he was doing that?
No.
Okay. And did you observe him headbutt Ryan once or more than once?
I only remember once.
Okay. And we'll withdraw. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Yes. Emily, I'm going to show you what's marked as State 58. Do you remember seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who took that video?
Bella Molnar.
I'm sorry?
Bella Molnar.
Okay. Do you know Bella Molnar?
Yes, we were in the same grade.
So she was a friend of yours?
Yes.
And if we could just have a play the slowed down version, go to frame 90, please. Thank you. I'm going to show you a clip from one of the versions of that video. Okay, so looking at stage 58, can you see on your screen there?
Yes.
Okay, if you can point out who was in the red sweatshirt there.
That was Jack Snyder.
Okay, and over to the left-hand side of Jack there in the blue jersey, who was that?
That was Tyler.
And over to the right-hand side of Jack in the greenish colored sweatshirt, who was that?
That was Ryan.
Okay, and do you see yourself anywhere in this video at this point?
I'm on the far right. I don't think you can really see me yet.
Okay, we can just back it up. Rewind it. Do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm in the white shirt.
Okay, and so towards the back side of the video?
Yes, not the far right, but just over from the person on the far right.
If we can play that just normally. So, Emily, you saw yourself walking towards the fight. Is that you?
Yes.
In state 58, what are you doing at that point?
I'm trying to break it up, push people away.
What did you do to break it up? What did you physically do?
I was trying to push people with my hands.
So you had hands on people?
Yes.
Okay. Were you successful in getting anyone off, anyone at all?
No.
And how close were you to the fight when you observed the defendant headbutt Ryan?
A foot or two.
Okay. And did you recall, withdrawn, after he had butted, what occurred after that?
Then the fight pretty much subsided.
After the fight had ended, is it fair to say that the party kind of dissipated at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and how did the party dissipate?
People were just starting to like be kicked out, basically.
Who kicked them out?
I think the parents, but I'm not completely sure.
As you were leaving withdrawn, did you leave the party at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you leave?
I left in a Jeep that my friend was driving.
Okay, so you had indicated earlier that you had driven to the party.
Yes.
Did you leave your car?
Yes.
Okay, why did you go in the Jeep with your friends?
We were taking Ryan and Griffin away to wherever they needed to go.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe on him?
His mouth was bleeding and his nose was bleeding.
And withdrawn. Whose Jeep was it that you got into?
I believe that it was my friend Izzy's.
Okay. And where did Izzy go to after you left the party?
After she was driving us?
Yep.
I think we went back to my house after the night was over.
Did she drop off Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Yes.
recall where she dropped them off?
I do not remember.
And was it just you, Ryan, Griffin, and Izzy in the vehicle? Or were there other individuals in the?
There were other people.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. Is this 59?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the foundation
Okay.
laid.
All right.
Emily, I'm showing you what's been marked as State 59 for ID purposes only. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that photograph as?
It was a picture that we took on top of the Jeep.
Okay, do
After
you
the
recall
fight.
who took this photograph?
It was me.
It was you, and it was a selfie?
Yes.
Okay, and was this photograph taken after the fight had broken up and before you left the party?
Yes.
For Izzy to drive?
This was still on Lazy Brook Street.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict how you all were situated as you were leaving the party that night?
Yes.
Is there anything different in this photograph that you can point out that was different at the time of?
Not that I can see.
I'd like to see the full picture on.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right. Court will accept into evidence States 59 is full. Thank you.
Emily, I'm showing you State 59, which is now a full exhibit. Emily, do you recognize these individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this individual right here, who's that?
That's me.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's this?
That's Ryan.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's that?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And the person who drove the Jeep, Izzy, where is she in this photograph?
The far left.
Far left. So over here?
Even more like near the bottom left of the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And how soon after you took this photograph did you leave the party?
I believe right away, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And other than what you testified here to today, is there anything else that you can recall from that party regarding the fight that broke out at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Robinson?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So just want to ask you a few questions, and let's start where we ended. Exhibit number 59. That turned around. There we go. Okay. You have described yourself as being in the bottom right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And in your hand, is this one of those hard seltzers you described?
Yes.
Is that also seen in your hand when you are trying to break up the fight?
Yes.
And who is this person that is directly behind you wearing the green shirt and putting her tongue out?
Maeve.
Maeve?
Yes.
does she go to St. Joseph? Where
Yes,
she did that
yes.
time? And you said behind Maeve is Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And who is directly to Ryan Hines's right wearing a blue hat?
Casey.
Casey. Is that also a St. Joe's, or was that a St. Joe's?
Yes.
And Casey, is she holding a beer?
Yes.
And behind Casey, is that Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
Did you know Griffin Marcinzik prior to this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines prior to this?
No.
And right beside Casey, in a white top with longer hair, who is that?
Katie.
And directly in front of Katie and Casey, making a face of some sort, who is that?
Grace.
Grace, also St. Joe's
Yes.
at that time? And then this person directly beside her, you described that as being the driver, correct?
Yes.
That's Izzy?
Yes.
And Izzy was also a student at St. Joe's at that time?
Yes.
Were all of those folks drinking during the course of this party?
Not Izzy.
Not Izzy. Because Izzy's driving.
Yes.
You at least didn't see Izzy drinking, is that fair to say?
No, she did. She was known to not drink.
Okay. So you didn't see her drink that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you described the fight that broke out, and you said that the defendant punched Ryan Hines from behind, correct?
Yes.
You watched that video with us there of the fight that
Yes.
that Ms. Molnar recorded? And did that capture the initial breakout of the fight?
Yes, that was the start of it.
It didn't capture, however, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines having a discussion about fighting for the beer, right?
Yes, it did not.
Because there was a point where Mr. Snyder asked Ryan if he wanted to fight for the beer, right?
Yes.
Okay. But we don't see that on that video, is that fair to say?
You do not.
But we do see them squaring up, and then we see Mr. Hines backing up a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he backs up into Mr. Valle, right?
I would say I can't tell from the video.
You weren't paying attention to that when it happened?
I guess no.
What were you focused on when the fight broke out?
I was just watching it all go down.
Okay. You didn't know Mr. Hines at that point?
No, I did not.
Would you say you were more focused on the St. Joe's kids that you did know, or on the kids that you didn't know?
I wasn't focused on one in particular.
And you watched that video with us, and you tried to break it up, and you saw yourself in that video, correct?
Yes.
You're holding on to that seltzer that you've got in the picture later?
Yes.
And the fight sort of tumbles forward, right?
Yes.
Behind a vehicle that's there?
Yes.
That wasn't the Jeep that you've described as driving away in?
No.
Do you know whose vehicle that was?
That was my car.
That was your car that we see them go behind?
Yes.
Okay. Were you worried about your car getting damaged at all in the course of this fight?
No.
How close were they to your car? Were they bumping up against it?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. At some point you said you got actually into the fight close enough that you were touching some of these people, correct?
Yes.
How many people were involved at that point?
I can't remember exactly the exact amount.
Were you the only person that was trying to break it up?
I believe so.
There weren't any other people that were involved trying to break up the fight?
I can't remember.
You don't recall Mr. Valle taking off the helmet, correct?
No, I do not.
Involved in this fight, there were at least Mr. Valle, Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. De Silva, Mr. Hines.
Yes.
You yourself were involved as far as getting over there and putting hands and trying to break it up. You think it was just the five of you?
That's all I can really remember.
Where was Mr. Marcinzik at this time?
I do not remember.
Do you know where any of these other people were that were in the Jeep with you?
No, I do not remember.
It was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You were focused on trying to break up the fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've described not seeing Mr. Valle take off the helmet, correct?
Yes.
But you say that he headbutted Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes.
And that he dive-bombed him with his head, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was at Mr. Valle's feet at that point?
I do not remember.
Could you tell whether or not he tripped?
No, I do not remember.
Could you see if anybody laid their hands on him and pulled him?
No, I do not remember.
You weren't focused on that, right?
No.
Whose hands, who were you touching with your hands when you were trying to pull somebody apart?
I believe it was Tyler's.
You ever been involved in a fight before?
No.
Was it scary?
Yes.
Was it dark?
A little, but there was lights from the garage.
Was it as light as it appears in the video that's been lightened?
I do not remember.
To your recollection, which of those more accurately reflects what you recall? The lightened video or the darker video?
I would say the lightened.
The lightened video is more
Yes.
what you recall.
Yeah.
When did you first learn about the video that Ms. Molnar took?
I do not remember.
Did she show it to you?
No.
Who showed it to you?
I think it was on on a story on my phone.
Was it on a story on your phone?
Yes.
Can you educate me a little bit? When you say on a story, what do you mean?
Like Snapchat. Like someone posted it on their story on Snapchat.
All right, I'm going to show my age yet again. On your Snapchat, you posted a story. Can you describe for me what that is if I'm somebody who doesn't know?
Someone else had taken a video and posted it so that other people who they have chosen could see it.
Do you remember who that was?
I would believe it's Bella, but I can't remember.
So Bella posted that video on her story on her Instagram?
On Snapchat. I believe it was Bella.
Snapchat. Okay. Snapchat, is that the app that allows you to message but the messages disappear?
Yes.
So how were you able to view this on her Snapchat?
She posted it so that other people could see it, and then you can watch it for like a certain amount of time. It's like 24 hours, and then it goes away.
And how soon after the fight do you recall her posting that?
I do not recall.
Same day?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
So you had seen this video prior to speaking with officers on May 26th?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the existence of the video?
I do not remember.
Did you tell these officers about drinking that had been going on at the party?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Messina.
Emily, counsel just asked you on cross-examination if you had seen anyone trip Lito. Do you recall seeing that at all?
No.
Do you recall seeing anyone push Lito?
No.
And what I mean by that is when he headbutted Ryan, was there anything at all other than him lowering his head and putting it on Ryan that you observed?
No.
There's no one else around. You didn't see anything else other than what you just testified to.
No, I didn't.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith.
You just told us that you didn't see anyone trip or push the defendant, correct?
Yes.
You told us that night you had your hands on Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
Was your focus on what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
It was more on the whole fight itself.
How many times have you seen that video that we've just watched?
A handful of times, maybe 10. I'm not sure the exact amount.
And what effect do you think watching that video 10 times has had on your recollection?
I'm not sure.
Are you able to tell what you recall from that night versus what you recall from having watched that video 10 times?
Yes.
And you can distinguish those two things here for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything for you may exit the witness box. Thank
Good afternoon, Tanner. Can you do me a favor? Keep your voice up. You're soft spoken, okay?
Okay.
Tanner, how old are you currently?
I'm 21 years old.
And are you currently in school?
No, I'm not.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work at Extra Duty Solutions in Shellen.
And how long you been doing that for?
Since last October, over a year now.
And did you go to high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And what year did you graduate?
2021.
And prior to your testimony today, did you and I meet before?
Yes.
How many times did we meet?
About 2 or 3.
And what did we discuss?
Just about the case, and I would have to come testify.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school at that point?
Nope, I just graduated.
So did you graduate the year before in 21?
Yes, the year before.
And I want to direct your attention to later on that night. Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing early? I would rephrase it as earlier that night.
So earlier that night, I was at my brother's house, and he was having a little bit of a get-together, and then I received a call to give Ryan and Griffin a ride to another party in Shelton.
So what time would you say you were at your brother's house?
I do not recall exactly what time, but earlier in the night.
And when you were at your brother's house, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
Not prior.
Okay. And at some point, you say you left to go give Ryan and Griffin a ride?
Yes.
And where did you give them a ride?
I gave them a ride to Lazy Brook, which I found out later was the Lifer's house.
So Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And when you gave them a ride to Lazy Brook Road, where did you go pick them up first?
From Natalia Ritzik's house.
Natalia Ridzik.
Yes.
And you brought them from Natalia Ridzik's house to Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what time of night would you say it was?
A little later in the night, to relatively around 10-ish o'clock.
Okay. And when you got to Lazy Brook, do you recall whether or not Griffin and or Ryan had anything with them at that moment?
I do not. I didn't really examine them upon them getting in my car.
Okay. And when at some point in time, you got to Lazy Brook, and did they get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you park the car and get out as well?
No.
What did you do?
Once they got out of the car and shut the doors, I went back to my brother's house.
And when you got back to your brother's house, what were you doing when you got back to your brother's house?
Once I got back to my brother's house, I had a couple drinks.
And what kind of drinks were you having?
I do not recall exactly, but seltzers.
How long would you say you were at your brother's house for?
I do not recall exactly.
Did there come a time when you were at your brother's house where you were made aware of an incident that happened at Lazy Brook concerning Griffin and Ryan?
Yes.
And when you found that out, what, if anything, did you do with regards to withdrawing? Did you try to communicate or call Griffin or Ryan?
So I answered Ryan's call, which he informed me of an incident that happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Without telling us what he said.
Hold on a minute, let me just deal with the objection, okay? I'm just gonna stop you. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent it was hearsay. I will go ahead and everything from after, yes, I received a call, to what Ryan said will be stricken from the evidence. I'm instructing the jury to disregard it. You'll get a final instruction at the end of this case during your jury charge to further explain stricken evidence and how that applies to your deliberations. Okay, so I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes.
May the witness just be reminded to keep his voice up. It's hard to hear here with the fan going.
Yes, certainly. Okay. So I am going to ask you, the microphone does
Yeah, pull
not
that
such a great job in terms of amplifying, but if you could speak into it and just remember to try to keep your voice up and also direct your answers to the jury.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yep. So at some point in time when you're at your brother's house, you received a phone call from Ryan Hines, and based on your discussion, you were made aware of an incident that happened in Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when that happened, what, if anything, did you do?
I then was concerned, made sure he was okay, but I was informed that he...
No. Without telling us what was said.
Can you rephrase one more time?
So when you had this conversation with Ryan, did you at some point leave your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you drive from your brother's house?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you drive from your brother's house?
Because I started drinking, so I asked a friend for a ride.
And who did you ask for a ride?
Alex Bernstein.
Alex Bernstein? How do you know Alex Bernstein?
We met through mutual friends, but we have grew close over the years.
And when Alex Bernstein picked you up, where did he take you?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And the first five. I'm going to show you States 5. Already been made a full exhibit. You recognize States 5?
Yes.
What is States 5?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
Is this the house that Alex Bernstein brought you to on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you go there after you had the conversation with Ryan Hines on the phone?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
He informed me that's where he was going.
Without what he said, were you going there to meet anybody?
I was going there to meet Ryan Hines.
Okay, so you had information that Ryan was going to be at 43 Laurel Glen, and you went there to meet him.
Yes.
Why would you go there to meet him? Did you have any concern?
I was concerned for him, so I went there to check on him.
Now, when you got there, how many people would you say were at 43 Laurel Glen at that point in time?
I do not recall exactly because I did not go inside.
Now, are you familiar with? I may have one.
Certainly.
Show your States Exhibit 54. You recognize States 54?
Yes.
Who is that person?
It's Faison.
Faison Teal?
Yes.
How do you know Faison Teal?
We grew up together going to the Boys and Girls Club.
Do you recall whether or not Faison Teal was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 55. You recognize 55?
Yes.
And who is that in the picture?
It's Thomas Connery.
Sorry. Tommy Connery?
Yep.
How do you know Tommy Connery?
We grew up together as well. We were on the same sports teams in the same grade growing up.
Do you know whether or not Tommy Connery was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you States 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And who is this in the picture of 56?
Ryan Hines.
And you just indicated Ryan Hines was at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You went there to meet him?
Yes.
Finally, States 57. Do you recognize States 57?
Yes.
And who is that a picture of?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
We have a lot of mutual friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, you say when you got to Tyler Rich's house at that point in time, what time do you think he got there, if you could recall?
I do not recall exactly. It was starting to get a little later in the night.
Now, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
Does he also go by a different name?
He goes by Ricky.
Goes by Ricky. How do you know Ricky Fiola?
We are good friends.
And do you know whether or not he was present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
He was.
And are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Sal Perry?
We're friends as well.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Perry was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Mike Sampieri?
Yep.
How do you know Mike Sampieri?
We are friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And Alex Bernstein was with you?
Yes.
And how about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie Connery?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
I grew up with his brother Tommy playing sports, so I was always around him growing up.
Do you know whether or not Charlie was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How do you know Jacob Villalobos?
He was on the same football team as me growing up.
And do you know whether or not Jake Villalobos was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
We're in the same friend group.
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We are also in the same friend group.
And was Matt Lockovich at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Now, when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, tell us how long you were there for, just about.
I would say around 20 minutes.
And when you say you were there for 20 minutes, when you were there, what were you doing?
I was outside talking to Ryan.
Show you States 50. Can you indicate on where on States 50? Well, let me ask you. Do you recognize States 50?
Yes.
What is States 50?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, do you know whether or not this is a more recent picture? Right?
Yep. Yes.
Agree with that? Do you know where you were when you first got to Tyler Rich's house? If you can point us out in this picture.
I was on the right side towards where the picture cuts off.
Okay, so maybe near this red bush here?
Yep, relatively right by the red bush.
Okay, so may the record reflect, I'm pointing to the red bush to the right side of this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so court will note for the record, you're pointing to the red bush to the furthest right of the photo. Thank you.
And when you got there that night, what time was it about?
I do not recall exactly, but it was later in the night.
And what was the lighting conditions out when you got there?
It was relatively dark, but not pitch black outside.
Were you able to recognize people that you knew there?
Yes.
Could you see in front of you?
Yes.
Was there any light from the house being admitted in the front yard in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you meet when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I met Ryan Hines along with Tyler Rich was outside. Griffin Marcinzik was also outside.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And how would you enter the house when you went inside?
Through the cellar doors in the backyard.
And where are the cellar doors located? Can you kind of point us out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
They are in the shadow that is made by the house, but they're not very visible in this picture.
Okay. All right. I'm showing you States Exhibit 5. Can you see on States 5 where you would have entered the side of the house?
Yes, right to the side of the metal object that's sticking out above the ground.
So right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is, may the record reflect, Your Honor, there is a clearing, looks like there's trees, but there's a clearing in front of the blue truck where there appears to be a AC unit. And that's what I'm pointing to. Is that
All right.
where you entered?
Yes.
Court will allow the record to reflect that that's the area that's been indicated. Thank you.
And what is located over here?
To the right of the AC unit, there is cellar doors on the floor.
And you would go inside the cellar doors?
Yes.
And when you went inside the cellar doors, what kinds of things were going on inside the house?
I went right down the stairs, but I did not make it fully into the house.
Did you observe what was going on?
No, I did not.
Was anybody drinking at the party?
Not to my knowledge, because I did not make it inside the house.
Were you drinking when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay. So the only alcohol that you had up until this point was the couple of seltzers that you had at your brother's house?
Yes.
You know, at some point in time, you were standing in the cellar door stairway area,
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you leave that area to go back outside?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way back to the front.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back, and that's when I made my way to the front.
Now, did at some point in time a car arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of car it was?
A dark-colored Honda Pilot.
Okay. And when the Honda Pilot arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you walk out and see who it was?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
I do not recall exactly, but Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were next to me.
And can you tell us on this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 50, when the car arrived at the house, did it park?
It was stopped in the middle of the street.
Okay, in the middle of the street, where? Towards the can you tell us on this exhibit, Exhibit 50?
Yeah, relatively right in front of the mailbox in the middle of the road.
Okay. And when you encountered the pilot, how many people were outside the house at this point in time?
I do not recall exactly.
And was there a number of kids? Number of
Yes.
Shelton kids, your friends?
Yes.
And did you all approach the car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you tell us happened when you guys approached the car?
We approached the car, and there was a little bit of arguing with us outside of the car and individuals inside of the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Not at the time, no.
Could you tell us how many people you saw in the car?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. And at some point in time, during this arguing back and forth, what, if anything, happened during that interaction?
There was arguing back and forth, and then it was what appeared to be a glass bottle thrown out of the car.
And what side of the car was it thrown?
Towards the house, so the driver's side.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30. Is this the car that you saw that night?
Yes.
And when the car arrived on Laurel Glen, was it facing towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
When it arrived, it was facing towards Farmhouse.
And you said somebody threw a bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a glass bottle or was it a plastic bottle?
It was a glass bottle.
And when the bottle was thrown, did that come from the driver's side, the rear passenger side, or from the opposite side of the vehicle?
It
If you
was
can
the
recall.
driver's side.
And when the bottle was thrown, what, if anything, happened next between the individuals in the car and your friends?
There was arguing, and they sped off.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not anybody else threw things from the car or anybody from your friends threw things at the car?
I do not recall.
When the car sped off, what did you do next?
I was walking back towards the cellar doors in the backyard because Tyler said for everybody to get back inside.
Okay. And when you went back towards the cellar doors, did you hang out for a little bit?
Yes.
And when you were hanging out, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house again?
Yes.
Why did you exit the house?
I heard yelling that they were back.
And when you heard yelling that they were back, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you exited the house and what you did.
I exited through the cellar doors in the back, and I went through the clearing in between the house and the tree line. And once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights on, so I started a Snapchat video, and there was already a fight started.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. So once you came out of the Bilko doors, can you show the ladies and gentlemen on 52 where you walked to when you heard that they were back?
Stand up.
Yep.
I walked through a clearing through here and towards the front with my back against the driveway.
So you were in this area here, this grassy area here?
Yes.
And when you made your way over, withdrawn, when you were making your way over, had a fight had already started, or was there just argument?
There was already a fight started.
Okay, and when the fight started, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed.
I observed a chaotic scene and a fight in the middle of the grass, and there was flashlights around, therefore I started a video.
Now, the fight that you observed, can you show on States 52 where the fight was occurring?
Yes. It was right in the middle of the grass out here.
And when you walked down to the area between the square cement thing there and we'll say between the mailbox and that's the area you were in? And some, go ahead.
I was right about by the concrete slab right here.
And at some point in time, the fight had already started and you indicated that you did what?
I then started a Snapchat video.
And can you explain what a Snapchat video is?
Yes. A Snapchat video is a social media app, and to start a video or take a picture, there's a little white circle at the bottom of your screen. So to take a video, you just hold down on the white button, and if your finger slips off that button, then the video will stop. Or to zoom in and out, you could go up and down. Anything you do to touch your screen will affect the video on the app.
Is it possible? Now, how do you save that video?
There is a button in the bottom left corner to save a video.
And when you observed the fight going on in this case, did you video it from the beginning of the fight?
I videoed it from when I walked out of the cellar doors in the backyard, and the fight already previously started.
And when you videoed it, is the light on your phone on when you're videoing it?
I do not recall exactly.
Approach the witness. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60 for identification. You recognize State 60?
Yes.
And what is State 60?
That's the Snapchat video that I took.
And prior to today's testimony, did you have an opportunity to view this video that you took?
Yes.
And how do you know that this is the same video that you took?
It is the same exact Snapchat video I took.
And these, the initials here, whose initials are those?
And I also put my initials on the paper that the USB is in.
And with regards to the video, does this USB contain the original video you took on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain any other videos in connection to this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it also contain a video that is a lightened up version of the video you took?
Yes.
And outside of it being lightened up, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And is that video changed in any way from the original video outside of being lightened up?
No, it is not.
And does this USB also contain a video that is slowed down with some frame numbers on it?
Yes.
And outside of it being slowed down and lightened up with frame numbers on it, is that video changed in any way from your original video outside of those things?
No, it is not.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61 for identification purposes, you recognize State 61?
Yes.
And what is State 61?
It is a screenshot from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this accurately reflect a screen grab from a frame number or frame in time from that original video?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes.
And what is State 62?
It is a screenshot also from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this screenshot differ in any way from what you observed in your video?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize State 63?
Yes.
And what is State 63?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
And again, is this different in any way from the video that you took?
No.
Showing you state 64. Do you recognize state 64?
Yes.
And what is state 64?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video I took.
Is this different in any way from the video you took?
No.
Showing you state 65. Recognize state 65.
Yes.
What is state 65?
It's also a screenshot of the Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way from what you reviewed from the video you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 66. Do you recognize state 66?
Yes.
And what is state 66?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different from in any way from the video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 67. You recognize 67?
Yes.
And what is state 67?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way? Does this accurately reflect what a moment in time from that video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
Nope.
Does it reflect it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And state 68, recognize state 68.
Yes.
And what is state 68?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And again, does this accurately depict a screen grab from that video?
Yes.
And finally, 69, you recognize 69?
Yes.
And what is state 69?
It's also a screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And does this accurately reflect that moment in time from that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
Attorney Smith?
And if I may just quickly look at those.
Certainly, of
screenshots.
course.
I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence dates 60 through 69 as full.
Now, when you came out to view the fight that had already started and started videoing, what do you recall seeing when the fight was going on?
Once I walked outside, it was a very chaotic scene in the middle of the yard.
And do you recall seeing anybody who was not your friends at the fight?
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing?
I recall seeing two individuals from the car previously.
And do you recall what they were wearing?
One of them had on a light blue, it appeared to be a jersey.
Okay. And do you recall what the other person was wearing?
I do not.
Prior to that night, had you seen those individuals before?
No, I had not.
And were you asked to identify any of those individuals by the police department?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to identify any of those individuals?
I was after reviewing my video.
And who were you able to identify?
Both individuals.
Who are they? Do you know who they are?
It was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in court today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black and white suit and tie.
Can you please point him out for the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
All right, so the court is going to note for the record that the witness identified the defendant. It is 3:25. Is this a good time to break? All right. So
Before we took the break, I was just about to ask you about the fight itself. What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd, and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connery said anything during the fight?
Yes,
What do you
he
recall?
yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video. I'm going to show you some stills from the video. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt, do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Fiola.
Rico Fiola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Ryan Hines, who's that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
And do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And do you know if there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you State 64. Direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt and it appears to be tan shorts on?
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on, with the shirt hanging out the back, do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts, do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage, that's?
Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler De Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68. The individual here with the shirt pulled up with the jeans on, can you tell us who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, State 69. Do you know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when you stopped filming, withdrawn. After the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark-colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds, and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there, and he was just out of breath, and then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his rib cage.
And what side of his do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside, or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance, and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions at this time.
Can you show us what you're talking about? You come down here for the jurors.
Yeah. So I was like this.
Okay.
And I tried to get to my heels to like push myself backwards.
What happened?
It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
There was people behind me and there was nowhere to move.
Were there people over top of you?
Yeah.
What do you remember that being like?
Chaotic and scared.
Take the stand again, please. So there came a time when you were able to stand up. Do you recall that?
No, I just remember somehow I got thrown into the car.
You got thrown into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see Tyler Da Silva at that point?
At one point, when I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler Da Silva.
And what did you see Tyler Da Silva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you've described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
No.
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
No.
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
No.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, and I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend, and somebody that I loved. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
It was still terrifying. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to save him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do?
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids.
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
I just couldn't live out.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. Like, what kind of man would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I thought it was.
I'm gonna object. It calls for speculation as to what would happen to Tyler.
Sustained.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
That Tyler wouldn't have made it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass and the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
Did you recognize any other people that you saw there?
I saw a lot of people I didn't recognize, but I saw Matt Lockovich.
How did you know Matt Lockovich?
I've seen him at other parties before.
Did you go to school with Matt Lockovich?
I did not.
Do you know if he was older or younger than you or the same age?
I believe we were the same age.
Are you and Matt Lockovich the same size?
No. He was way bigger than me.
How did you feel at that moment?
Felt like the same thing was gonna happen again.
Why didn't you just turn around and run back to the car?
There was no way I was gonna be able to turn my back on that many people.
Why not?
I was just, there was no way to turn around without them really about to hit me or knock me down or something.
Did they give any indication that they were backing off?
No.
Did they start to back away from you as you stepped onto the lawn?
No, they stepped closer.
Where did you see people?
It was almost like a U, but wider.
Like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
Were there people to your right?
Yeah.
Were there people in front of you?
Yeah.
Did they give you any indication that they were just going to let you go?
No.
What did they do?
They stepped closer, and then I got hit.
You got hit?
Yeah.
Who hit you?
Came from the left side. I don't know exactly who hit me.
Where did they hit you?
In the right side of my head.
What did they hit you with?
I don't know. I think their hand.
How many people?
I don't know. As soon as they hit me, I fell, and I swung.
You told us before that you were wearing slides that night.
Yeah.
Were you still wearing the slides at this point?
No.
What happened to the slides?
They were gone. Just in my socks.
Was it wet on the grass that night?
Yes.
What else do you recall about being hit?
I just remember immediately after I got hit and fell, I swung.
What were you swinging at?
Anything.
What were you aiming for?
Anybody who was coming at me.
Did Matt Lockovich hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
Did Jimmy McGrath hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
When you swung that knife, did you feel it hit something?
No.
How were you feeling when you swung that knife?
Immediately after I swung, and I had one knee on the ground, I slipped, and I saw behind me.
What did you see behind you?
There was like a little hole, and I tried to jump and run away.
A little hole where?
So I swung, and like I threw my whole body into it, and I slipped on the grass while my knee was down and faced backwards.
You're not asked the witness to come down and demonstrate this again. I think it's a little hard for me to understand what's described.
If the witness feels comfortable doing that, do you feel comfortable getting out of the witness box and demonstrating? All right. Just again, please make sure to keep your voices up. I want to make sure that we capture any statements on the record.
You've described in your answers an interaction that I find hard to follow. I want you to show us what you mean by swinging, your knee going back. Demonstrate, please, for us what this is.
So, sitting here, Matt Lockovich, like this, everybody like this, and then you hit me. And I'm like this.
Okay.
And I swung. After I swung, I ended up like this. I was facing backwards.
When you say you're facing backwards, which way are you facing now? Towards the road or towards the house?
Towards the road.
What did you do next?
I was on my hands and knees and I tried to jump up.
Did you go to stab anybody else?
No.
Did you go to stab Mr. McGrath?
No.
You went to jump up?
Yeah.
Did something prevent you from being able to jump up, or did you succeed in jumping up?
As soon as I jumped up, I got hit again.
Where did you get hit?
On the left side of my head.
Do you know who hit you?
I believe it was Faison Teal.
Why do you believe it was Faison Teal?
Because I remember seeing the big dark colored arm.
What did you do next?
I fell on the pavement.
In the street or on the curb?
In the street.
You say you fell on the pavement. What did you feel?
I scraped my hands on the floor.
Where?
On the pavement.
Where did you scrape your hands? The tops, the bottoms, the fingers? Your palms?
Yes.
How are you feeling at that point emotionally?
Scared.
Why?
You know, once I was on the floor again, there's a chance that they could all surround me again.
Could you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Could you see the car that Jack Snyder was driving?
At that point, no.
What did you do next?
I tried to lunge myself up again, and then I dove towards the car.
Where were the kids that had been in the lawn prior?
In the road now.
Following you?
Yeah.
What happened next?
I got in the car.
Where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
Front? Rear?
Front.
Different than the seat you had been in when you went down to the house?
Yes.
Why did you get into the front passenger seat?
I was right there, and I just wanted to get in as quick as possible.
Where was Tyler De Silva?
At that point, he was not in the car.
Could you see where Tyler De Silva was?
No.
What did Jack Snyder do?
He tried to drive off.
Without Tyler De Silva in the car?
Yeah.
How did you feel when Jack Snyder did that?
I screamed and told him to wait.
Did there come a point when Tyler De Silva got in the car?
Yeah.
Did you have the knife in your hand at this point?
No.
You put it back in your pocket.
No.
What did you do with the knife?
When I scraped my hands on the floor, the knife was on the floor.
The knife was on the floor?
Yes.
You're saying floor. You would agree there is no floor outside where you've been. What do you mean by floor?
Pavement.
Did you see where it went?
No.
Did you try to pick it back up?
No.
Why not?
I just wanted to get to the car.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva with the knife when he got into the car?
I didn't really look back.
When Tyler DeSilva got into the car, did you see him then?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
His face was destroyed. And he was holding his head in his hands.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Where?
All over his face. And it was like dripping down.
What was he doing?
He was holding his head and screaming.
In pain?
And in anger.
Anger at the kids in the yard?
No.
Anger at you?
No.
Anger at who?
Jen.
Can we see Exhibit 60, please? Do we have it? Sorry, I'll grab it. We're going to watch Exhibit 60 here, Mr. Valle. Can we just see the normal version? Young man, approach here so I can. Mr. Valle, you would agree that that video does not show the initial punch that you've described to the side of your face when the groups were standing up initially, correct?
Yes.
But you did see there at least one fight that's going on the ground, correct?
Yes.
That's not you, is it? Who's that?
Tyler DeSilva.
What was going on while we see Tyler DeSilva being beaten on the ground there before we see you back at the car?
I was getting beat on.
Could you see yourself in that video?
In the beginning, you can see people hitting and attacking, but you can't see me.
Is that the splitting up of the two groups that you've described?
Yes.
One stayed to, as we look at that, the left of the screen, and one went over to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And as this video ends, we see a figure that's on the far right of the frame, but we don't see you, correct?
Yes.
Where was that figure standing in relation to the U or horseshoe shape that you've described?
On the end.
On the, when you say the end, what do you mean?
On the end of the horseshoe.
Was there somebody to that person's left?
Yes.
Was there somebody across the way from that person behind you?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was that was on the far right that we can see there at the end of the frame?
No.
Do you know now that that's a person named Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
You did not know him that evening. You described getting back into Jack Snyder's car. Tyler Silva gets into the car. How are you feeling physically as you're sitting there in the car?
I was in a lot of pain.
Pain where?
My head. And the main thing I was noticing was my ribs.
What happened next? Did Mr. Snyder leave? Did you remain there in that place?
As soon as Tyler jumped in the back of the car, he instantly took off. We started driving.
Did you know where he was going at that point?
No.
Did you care where he was going at that point?
No, I just wanted to get out of there.
And where did Jack Snyder drive the car?
He was just driving straight. And then at one point I told him to stop the car.
Why did you tell him to stop the car?
I wanted to check my ribs.
You wanted to check your ribs?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you check your ribs just sitting there in the seat?
Because I wasn't able to stand up and look at my whole body.
Did he stop the car?
Yes.
What did you do?
Opened the door, immediately got out and used the car light, lifted up my shirt.
Used what car light?
As soon as you open the door, the car light turns on. I was facing the car, right in where the door turns, lifted up my shirt, looked at myself, and then jumped back in the car.
I want to be sure we understand this. When you say you're using the car light, do you mean the interior car light or the headlights on the car?
Interior car light.
So you're facing into the interior of the car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
Lift up my shirt and look at myself.
And what did you see?
A whole bunch of bruises, but it felt way worse than what it looked like.
As you're standing there, did you take the knife out of your pocket and throw it into the woods?
I didn't have the knife at that point.
You didn't have the knife at that point.
No.
Where was the knife?
To my understanding, it was on the pavement back over at 43 Laurel Glen.
Did you make a plan to go back and get the knife?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to go anywhere near that house.
Did Jack Snyder indicate to you that he wanted his knife back?
No.
What happened after you got out of the vehicle and used the interior light to inspect your midsection?
It lasted like a second or two, and I jumped back in the car.
And what happened after you jumped back in the car?
Jack started driving.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
How were you feeling at that point?
Still terrified and shocked. And I looked down and I was shaking.
What was Tyler De Silva doing?
He was still screaming at Jack and holding his head.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did there come a time when the car stopped again?
Yes.
Did you recognize where you were at that point?
No. I just saw a car I recognized, which was Mackenzie's sister's car.
Who is Mackenzie's sister?
Madison Traficante.
Okay. And where was that you saw her car?
I just remember seeing it in the street.
Was that a street that you recognized from earlier in the evening, or was this somewhere else?
I can't remember. I just remember seeing the car and instantly wanting to get out and go in that car.
And what did Jack Snyder do at that point?
He stopped the car and let me out.
And what did Tyler De Silva do at that point?
I didn't turn around. I don't know.
What did you do?
I went over and I got into Madison's car.
Where?
behind the passenger seat.
Who else was in the vehicle when you got in?
Keenan and Dimitri.
Keenan Frasick?
Yes.
Dimitri Arfanis?
Yes.
Will Sinjwald?
No.
Will Sinjwald was one of the people that had come with you earlier in Jack Snyder's car, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't in Jack Snyder's vehicle when you got out of it?
No.
And he wasn't in Madison's car when you got into it?
No.
So in the vehicle at that point, it's just you, Madison, Mackenzie, Keenan, and Dimitri?
Yes.
Was the music on in the car?
Yes.
Were you texting in the group chat at that point?
No.
What was Dimitri Arfanis doing?
I didn't look over.
And what was Keenan Frasick doing?
As soon as I got in the car and it started driving, he was looking at me.
He was looking at you?
Yes.
What were you doing?
Holding my head.
What were you thinking?
I was just in shock. Scared. I didn't really know what to think.
Did you call the cops?
No.
Why not?
I was just terrified. I didn't even know what to do. Or really what even happened.
And where did the car go?
Started driving to Keenan Frasick's house.
What happened there?
He and Dimitri got out.
He and Dimitri both got out at Keenan's house?
Yes.
So now it's just you, Mackenzie, and Madison in the car?
Yes.
And what's going on in the car at that point?
Nothing. I knew my girlfriend was still upset. Didn't want to talk or anything.
And what were you doing?
Holding my head and looking at myself. I was just shaking and I didn't even know what to do.
Where did the car go then?
We drove to my house in Milford.
How long did that take?
I can't remember.
Did there come a time when you arrived at home?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Before I opened my car door and I asked Mackenzie to talk to her.
Would she talk to you?
No.
What did you do?
I just walked up to my house.
Was anybody home?
Yes.
Who?
My mom and my little brother.
And what were they doing?
They were packing to go to Florida.
What was their reaction when they saw you?
My mom just started screaming and crying. My brother was just like holding his mouth open.
Did you explain how you'd been injured?
At that point, I didn't really know what to say. I couldn't even understand really what had happened, detail for detail. I remember telling her that I got attacked by a whole bunch of people. She just kept screaming and crying.
And what did you do then?
Started crying. And then I remember going upstairs to the bathroom and just washing myself off.
What time was this?
I don't really know.
Did you go to sleep?
No.
What did you do?
It was just, my mom was panicking. And she asked me if I wanted to come to Florida with her.
What did you do at that point?
I said yes.
Why?
Just wanted to be close to my mom.
Did you go to sleep at some point?
No,
Why not?
I couldn't sleep.
What made it so that you couldn't sleep?
Everything. The way I was feeling, mentally and physically, just there was no way I was going to be able to sleep.
What did you do?
Everything was so fast. I think I packed like a little backpack, and then we left.
Okay. While you were packing, did anyone try to contact you?
Yes,
Who?
Mackenzie, my girlfriend at the time.
She sent you some texts.
Yes.
We saw those texts here, those exhibits.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you read those texts as they were coming in from Mackenzie?
It just reminded me how I felt at the time when she was texting me and stuff.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. Well, I'm going to try. Okay. State's Exhibit 97. Do you remember those texts coming in?
Yeah.
She writes, "Are you serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the M phone. IDK what to do. Everyone is texting me." I want you to read for us. What did you write back?
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 98. She says, "Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. What do you say?"
I know.
"Lito, everyone's texting me. What do you say?"
Stop answering. What happened?
"Don't talk to me." What do you say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
She says, "You f***ed up, Lito." What do you say?
How? I wasn't there.
"If my parents find out," State's Exhibit 99, "stop saying that." You say what?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
"I'm not texting anyone." What do you say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
She says, "They're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please." What do you say?
What, Kens?
And she says, "I'm so scared. What's going on?" In State's Exhibit 100, "I'm shaking," she says. "Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone, I swear." What do you say?
I can't text anything.
She says, "I'm so scared," and you say what?
I wasn't there.
She says, "What's happening?" And what do you say?
No, I wasn't there.
She says, "I'm so scared, Lito." What's happening? Please answer me. What do you say?
Nothing is happening.
State's Exhibit 101, she says, "Can you please call me? Can you call me, please? When I get home." And you say what?
Yes.
She says, "Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look." What do you say?
What did she say? Swipe it.
She says, "IDK, I'm so scared." And what do you say?
Don't answer anyone.
How fast were those texts going back and forth?
One right after another.
Were some of them coming in before you could finish the other one?
Yeah.
What were you thinking while you're writing those texts?
Overwhelmed and shocked. I just didn't want her to worry.
Were you thinking you could concoct some sort of a story that no one would know you'd been there?
I'm gonna object. It's leading.
Sustained.
You knew you had been there, did you not?
Yeah.
Or objection. It's leading.
Sustained.
Yes, that'd be stricken.
Court will strike the answer. Jury, please remove it from your notes.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Objection, that calls for speculation as to what she would believe.
Let me hear the question again.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Overall, it goes to his expectations. You can answer.
No. I knew she knew I was there because she was with me.
Why did you say those things to her in that text?
Panicking, and I just didn't want her to worry at all.
At that point, did you think that someone had died?
No.
What did you do after this chain of texts?
I remember trying to call Tyler.
Tyler De Silva? Why did you try to call Tyler De Silva?
See if he was okay, what was going on. Called him 3 times, but he never answered.
Have you spoken to Tyler De Silva since that night? What did you do next?
Went with my mom, we got in the car and we drove to the airport.
Where did you go?
Florida.
Was that the next day, May 15th?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to Florida?
We were getting out of the airport and we were going to a car rental. And that's when I found out what had happened.
When you say what had happened, what did you find out?
Like the injuries and stuff.
What did you find out?
That somebody died.
How did you feel when you learned that?
I kept saying, no way. Like, that's not possible.
What did you do next?
I went over to my mom and I told her.
Did you stay in Florida?
Yeah,
How long?
like a day maybe.
When did you return to Connecticut?
Not sure, a day or 2.
And did there come a time when you were contacted by the police?
My parents were. Not me.
And did you learn that the police were interested in your parents or interested in you?
In me.
And what did you learn about why they had contacted you?
That somebody had passed away.
Did you learn at some point that they had an arrest warrant for you?
Yeah.
How soon after you got back to Connecticut did you learn that?
I can't remember. It seemed like 4 days or something. May have been shorter. I can't really remember.
When you learned that they had an arrest warrant for you, what did you do?
At the time when it came out, I was sleeping.
What time was that?
Middle of the day.
And what did you do at that point?
I woke up and I talked to my father.
Did you make arrangements to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Did you go and turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Just one try.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Silva, I'm going to show you some exhibits that have already been entered. There's been testimony that these are from May 18th, when you turned yourself in. Do you remember what time you went down to the Shelby PD to turn yourself in?
I remember it being really late at night.
Did you go by yourself?
No.
Who was with you?
My father.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you remember this photograph being taken?
Yeah.
Where was that taken?
I believe it was at the show and police department.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Was that taken at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. That photograph also taken at the same time?
Yes.
Can you see in there your eye, your what appears to be your left eye?
Yeah.
And does that accurately reflect the injuries that you had at that point?
At that point, yeah.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Is that the back of your head?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 38. That the left side of the back of your head?
Yeah.
And where do you recall getting hit that evening when you were first encountering the people on the lawn?
The back of my head.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Is that your right arm inside near the elbow?
Yeah.
Do you recall how you got these 1, 2, 3 scratches and some bruising?
No.
Did you have that before you were on the lawn that night?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. Is that your right hand?
Yeah.
And how did you get this injury to the heel of your right hand?
I was trying to run back to the car. I got hit and my hand slid on the pavement.
This is State's Exhibit 41. How did you get this injury on the heel of your left hand?
The same as the one on my right hand.
Are you left-handed or right-handed, sir?
Right-handed.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42. Is that the top of your right hand?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 43, is that the top of your left hand?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Valle.
Mhm.
I'm going to remind you again, you've got to keep your voice up. You are soft-spoken. We are competing with the fans, but everybody's got to hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday when we were here and we left off, I believe you had taken us to the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were describing for us the scene there on that front lawn as you and Mr. De Silva walked up to a group of individuals that had come out of the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you had told us just shortly before we dispersed for the day that you thought there were about 10 people facing you and about 10 people facing Mr. De Silva. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I'd say it was around 50 kids altogether.
50 kids all together?
Yes.
Were you counting them? How can you be sure that there were 50 kids?
I wasn't able to see behind them because there were so many people.
It felt to you like there were 50 kids?
Yes.
But you weren't counting 50 kids?
No.
Do you recall how many kids, do you recall yesterday you had described for us that there were essentially two groups that started to form, one that was dealing more with Mr. De Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
And how far away were you from Mr. De Silva at that point?
Once the two groups started forming, it was hard to say how far Tyler was from me. I want to say 5, 6 feet.
Okay. And you had described that he was trying to have some sort of a conversation with somebody that he was dealing with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you trying to have a conversation with anybody? What were you doing at that point?
Yes. I was trying to have a conversation with Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines was one of the people that was facing you?
Yes.
How many other people do you remember that you were dealing with in the group that was facing you?
After they separated into two groups, I want to say there was around 25 to 20 people just on me.
And where were they positioned?
At first, they were just in front. And then once they made the two separate groups, they were on both sides and in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to put back up there for us State's Exhibit 52 behind you on the easel. Where do you recall standing as this group starts to form around you?
I want to say around this area.
Did you see anybody around the red bush?
There was people everywhere.
Could you see anybody moving around behind the red bush?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. When you described being surrounded by this group that's facing you, were there some kids that were dealing with you more directly than the larger group?
Once they separated us into two groups, everyone was saying stuff.
You've described interacting with Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Was he separate from the larger group in some way that you were dealing directly with him? Tell us how that worked.
He was just the person that I was talking to. There was people shoulder to shoulder with him, right next to him, on my sides, but he was the one that I started talking to directly.
Was he closest to you?
They were all the same distance from me.
How far away from you were they?
Not even a foot.
That close to you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to demonstrate with me what he was experiencing at that point.
If the witness is comfortable demonstrating, that's fine. Just please keep it in the well. Thank you.
Will you come down here, Mr. Valle, please?
Please, if there's going to be any statements, just make sure that you're keeping your voice up so the microphones can catch your statements. Thank you.
If I'm you, where is Ryan Hines?
Right here.
And is Ryan Hines as the same size as you?
At the time, I was a very small kid. I grew a lot since then.
And you're Ryan Hines. What is he doing?
First, we're just talking.
At some point, does he do something else?
Yes.
What?
After he starts yelling, I stuck my hand out as I was backing up from everybody, and he smacks my hand out.
Where were the other people that you've said were around him?
To my sides, in front of me, everywhere.
What did you do when he smacked your hand down?
I started slowly backing up even before that, and I continued to try and back up.
Take a stand, please. As you began to try to back up, what happened at that point?
I got hit.
Where did you get hit?
It was the side of my head, I want to say, but I couldn't really tell where.
And when you say it was the side of your head, could you tell which side?
I only found out after.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Everything just went black.
When you say everything went black, what's the next thing that you remember?
My face was in the ground.
Could you see where Tyler De Silva was? What could you see?
Just the ground. And people were just stomping and kicking and punching everywhere.
Did you have the knife in your hand at that point?
No,
Where was the knife?
it was in my pocket.
Could you see any way to escape?
No,
Did you try to get up?
yeah,
Could you get up?
no.
Why not?
There was just so many people hitting me and just everywhere.
What could you hear?
They were yelling and just, it was so weird. They were just yelling like, I can't even describe it.
Did you hear anyone say, "Yes, sir"?
I heard a whole bunch of things I can't. That's a good.
Could you hear anything from Mr. De Silva?
No.
Could you see the vehicle that you had arrived in, Jack Snyder's car?
No.
Could you see any way to make an escape from your position? Where were the other people that were kicking you, as you've described it?
All around me, on top of me, behind me.
Could you see who was on top of you?
No.
Could you tell what the person or persons that were on top of you were doing?
Hitting me.
Where were they hitting you?
My head, the back of my head. Kicking at the front of my face. My ribs. Everywhere.
Did you get the sense that they were going to let you up and let you go?
No.
What did you do at that point?
I went to cover my head in like a fetal position.
Did that seem to have any effect? What did you hope would happen if you went into the fetal position?
That they would stop.
Did they stop?
They did not.
Put us there on that lawn with you in the fetal position. What were you feeling?
Hopeless. Scared. Terrified.
Why hopeless?
Because they just weren't stopping.
How were you feeling physically?
Hurt.
What hurt?
Everything.
Did you lose consciousness?
After the first hit, yeah.
What happened next?
As I was in the fetal position, covering the sides of my head and the top of my head with my forehead into the dirt, I was almost like hunched over, and I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
What were you seeing at that point around you?
My face was in the dirt. I couldn't really see. I just felt nothing changed.
Could you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Could you hear Tyler De Silva?
No.
What could you hear?
Still just the same screaming. That's it.
Did the group give any indication that they were going to stop or let you up?
No.
What happened next?
After I took the knife out of my pocket, I started waving and just stabbing in every direction, just flailing my arm around.
Could you tell if you'd hit anything? Did that seem to have any effect on the attack?
No, it made me more scared.
Why did it make you more scared?
Because it didn't change what they were doing, and it didn't stop them from doing anything.
Were they still kicking you?
Yeah.
Was someone still on top of you?
Yeah, there were so many people on top of me.
Were you able to get up at that point?
No.
What happened next?
I kept flailing my arm around, just trying to get them away from me.
Were you aiming for anyone?
No.
Were you aiming for Ryan Hines?
No.
You weren't trying to kill Ryan Hines?
No.
What about Tommy Connery? You stabbed him 4 times in the leg. What were you trying to do to Tommy Connery?
Get them away from me.
Did there come a time when it was just you and Ryan Hines fighting one-on-one?
No.
Did there come a time when Tommy Connery separated you from Ryan Hines and was just there with you one-on-one, standing up?
No.
Where were you the entire time you were flailing? How were you feeling while you were flailing around with that knife?
More scared than before. Terrified. Just, it didn't make him stop even though I was flailing around a knife.
Could you tell how many people were around you at that point?
No.
What happened next?
It's in flashes, but I just remember getting shoved into the car.
Did there come a point where you were able to stand up? How did you get shoved to the car?
I remember while I was in the fetal position and like flailing my arm around. I like rolled on the back of my heels and tried to jump backwards.
So I was actually just going to address that arguments are not evidence. This is argument, right? You've heard all the evidence that you need to hear. And at some point in time, you're going to decide this case based on what you heard in court. But I wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for giving us your time. It's been 2 weeks, over 2 weeks. All of you have listened diligently. You've given your time. You've given obviously your lives outside of this court are more important. But this is a very important civic duty, and it does not go unrecognized. So we thank you very much. As the court indicated, this is my first of 2 opportunities to talk to you about this case. And in this case, there have been many witnesses who have testified. This happened 3 years ago. They provided different perspectives on what they saw, what they heard, what they did. And the majority of the witnesses were teenagers when this happened. It was a horrific event. But the main story is the same. The main story is the same. The horrific event that was etched in their minds was the same. This case is not about who did it, what happened, how it happened, when it happened, what happened. This case is about Raul Valle, the defendant, who brought a knife to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022 and provoked a fight and stabbed 4 kids 9 times, killing 1. That's what this case is about. So what happened on May 14th of 2022? You heard testimony about this party at Lazy Brook, where it was a St. Joe's party. Kids were hanging out. They were drinking. Typical high school party. Probably not the first time there's been alcohol at a high school party, right? Not that anybody's condoning it, but it happens. So there's this party. The defendant's there with his friends. He's wearing this helmet. And in come in some Shelton High School kids, Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik. And because this is a St. Joe's party, not a Shelton party, they can't come in. So the defendant and Mr. Snyder and De Silva take it upon themselves to kick them out. They steal the beer from Ryan Hines. At some point in time, it gets heated. They're arguing back and forth. And at some point, it ends out into the driveway. And when it's out into the driveway, there's this agreement. I'll fight you for my beer. So Jack and Ryan square up. And just as they're squaring up, who starts the fight? The defendant starts the fight. He sucker punches him in the back of the head. And then after he sucker punches him in the back of the head and the fight goes to the ground, he takes his helmet and uses it as a weapon and slams it into Ryan's head. You heard the defendant testify. He would have you believe that that was a push, that he pushed Ryan Hines, and that he didn't hit him with the helmet. I would submit to you that if you watch that fight, you could judge for yourselves what you see in the fight. And by the way, while I'm talking about witnesses, the judge is going to give you a credibility instruction, right? You're all going to have to assess the credibility of each and every witness who testified. And if you recall during voir dire, I think I asked each and every one of you the same question. You think it's possible that somebody could get on the stand, raise their right hand, and tell the truth? And you all said yes. I also asked all of you, do you think it's entirely possible that somebody could swear to tell the truth, believe they're telling the truth, and simply be mistaken about something? And you all said, yeah, that's possible. But I also asked you, do you think it's possible if somebody could get on that stand, swear to tell the truth, and look all of you in the eye and outright lie to you? So again, when you're assessing the credibility of each and every one of the witnesses who testified, that's what you have to go through. And you have to go through what they said and how does it line up with the rest of the case, right? The defendant who took the stand is also subject to that same credibility instruction. He put his credibility in issue as soon as he took that oath. The video I would submit to you tells a very different story than what the defendant testified to a couple days ago. So after this fight, they get in Jack's car and they leave Lazy Brook and they go to Trumbull High School. And at some point in time, as they go to Trumbull High School, there's this basketball group chat. You heard testimony that Shelton kids were in it. You heard testimony that Ryan Hines was in it. You heard testimony that the defendant was in it. You heard the testimony that De Silva and Snyder were in it. And you also heard testimony that they wanted to fight the Shelton kids at Trumbull High School. They were there for about 20 minutes. This wasn't over. Of course, there was argument and heated emotions about what had just happened at Lazy Brook, but now they want to meet up at Trumbull High School. So what does the defendant say? The defendant tells them to slide on over to Trumbull High School multiple times in the group chat. Slide right over because they want to fight. Shelton kids don't want to go to Trumbull High School. Somebody puts an address, 43 Laurel Glen, in the group chat. Come to Laurel Glen. So they go over to Laurel Glen. The defendant would have you believe that he had no idea that they were going to fight, that they were just going to another party. I would submit to you that you need to assess whether or not that's credible during your deliberations. But in any event, you heard testimony from several witnesses that the defendant wanted to go to Lazy Brook or Laurel Glen to fight. He wanted to fight at Trumbull High School, and he wanted to fight over at Laurel Glen, and that's why they were going. And as a matter of fact, when they got to Laurel Glen, the defendant lets all the kids know that they're there. There's a few kids outside, more kids come outside, and at some point in time, Tyler Rich and his friends are outside. They're around the car in front of his house at 43 Laurel Glen, and there's some testimony that at first it was peaceful, some testimony that it got heated, arguing back and forth, things were being thrown. You heard testimony from Aiden King. I saw Raul sitting behind Jack Snyder, who was driving. Tyler De Silva was in the front seat. The defendant even said Aiden King's his boy. And Aiden King got up here and said, at some point in time, the defendant said, "Get your friends away from my car. I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head." Again, all of these things going to what was his intent that night. So things are thrown at the car. The car was being shook by the Shelton kids. There's some testimony that things were being thrown back. Car takes off, drives up and down the street. Things thrown from the car, things being thrown at the car. At some point in time, they end up at the end of the street, close to the intersection of Farmhouse Road near 36 Laurel Glen. Now, this is 11:40 at night. You heard testimony. This is Jack Snyder's car. The defendant's already out of the car. Tyler De Silva gets out of the car. I would submit to you that the defendant being mad, angry about what had just happened, Jack Snyder's car, happens just prior to this video starting. And that's the point when he asks him for the knife. He asked him for the knife. He said, "Jack, give me the knife. Where's that knife? Give me the knife." He gets out of the car. Tyler De Silva gets out of the car. Keenan, Dimitri, Will, Mackenzie walking away. Everybody with an earshot of that conversation. You heard people testify about what they heard about the knife. How you heard Keenan Frasick. He was going insane. He was pissed off about what had just happened to the car. You heard Dimitri. He was angry about what had happened to the car. Tyler De Silva, Jack Snyder. You heard Mackenzie say, I heard somebody asking about a knife, but I don't know exactly who it was because she's walking away, right? So we know the knife comes out at that point in time. He's angry. He arms himself with a knife at that point. But then the Shelton kids come down the street after having just told them, get out of here, get the heck out of here. Now look, was it right that things were thrown at the car? 100% no. It was not right at all. Wasn't right that people were hitting the car, shaking the car, and people throwing things from the car at the kids or at the cars parked on the side of the street. That wasn't right either. But at that point in time, nobody called the police. They drove down the street. Could have called the police at that point. Could have said, hey, someone just damaged my car. I want them arrested for criminal mischief. They didn't do that. The defendant at that point in time thought it was very important to arm himself with a 3-inch bladed knife at that point. So the kids come down the street. You heard Tyler Rich, Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, a few other kids go down the street. And yeah, there's things thrown at the car. They throw things back, right? But there's no physical altercation between the parties down the street. Because if there was going to be a physical altercation initiated by the Shelton kids, it would have happened right then and there, but it didn't. Right? Again, Tyler Rich running down the street. Get out of here. You guys got to get out of here. Now, you heard some testimony that somebody threw this can of WD-40 or PB Blaster back at Tyler Rich, and he's walking away. And at some point in time, he sees the defendant, and the defendant's walking towards him. So he sprays him to get him away. Ricky Fiola sees this. He's within a short distance to see this happening. At some point in time, Ricky Fiola approaches the defendant and has a conversation. And what did you hear him testify to? He said, listen, hey, man, it's really messed up what he did. He shouldn't have sprayed you with that stuff. But look, there's a lot of us, and there's only like 5 of you. You guys should probably just get out of here. And while he's having that conversation, what does Ricky Fiola see? Ricky Fiola sees the defendant holding a knife in his hand. Ricky Fiola turns around, walks back. The rest of the Shelton kids walk back to Tyler Rich's house. Again, no physical altercation down the road. Mackenzie Traficante is calling her sister, I need a ride home. At some point in time, Will, Dimitri, and Keenan get out of the car. And they don't want to be a part of anything. They want to ride home. They stay down the end of the street. Rides are being called. Will calls his girlfriend, come pick me up. I think you heard testimony from Mackenzie Traficante who said, no, Lito, just stay down here. Stay with me. Come home with me. That's not what he wanted to do. Because Ryan Hines, who he had just sucker punched in the head earlier that night and helmeted back at Lazy Brook, who was now at this party, now he wanted to go back and face those kids. But he wasn't going back just him. He was going back with a knife. Because who else goes back to a house, right? I mean, you heard testimony when he was in the car with a bunch of other people, and the car was being shook and rocked and thrown at, that he was panicked, he was frightened, he was scared, he was terrified. If you're all those things, why are we not staying down the road? Why are we not waiting for Mackenzie's sisters to come pick us up? Why are we not calling somebody to come pick us up? Because he wasn't scared, terrified, panicked. It's just simply not, that's not the case. He was mad, he was pissed, he was angry, and he had a knife. So they wanted to go back and go and confront those kids. Now there's some testimony that Tyler wanted to go talk about the damage, and he knows Tyler Rich, maybe he could work something out. But the bottom line is, he's the one that was going ballistic about the car. Yeah, sure, Tyler and Snyder were angry, but he's going crazy, and he's the one that arms himself with the knife. So he gets back in that car. He makes the willful decision, right, to get back in that car, armed with a knife, and go back to the very house he was told to leave. But he would have you believe he was panicked, scared, frightened, all of those things. So Jack pulls up to the 43 Laurel Glen. The defendant and Mr. De Silva get out. You've heard testimony from several witnesses that Tyler's on the left, the defendant's on the right. They move on to property. They were told to leave, so now they're trespassing. Some kids were outside. Got a little bigger when people heard, oh, people are here. You heard Tyler Rich say, I told him to get the F out of my property. The defendant walks up. Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Tommy Connery somewhere behind them, but closer in proximity to the defendant. Ty Wood there is also there. And you heard Tyler Rich say, I was yelling at these kids, get the hell off my property. I looked out of the corner of my eye and I saw Raul cock his arm like he was going to punch Ty Wood. And that's when I just hauled off and cracked him in the face. And it was on. So I would submit to you, if the defendant walked on the property, confronted those kids, and started to throw a punch or pretend like he was going to throw a punch, he was the initial aggressor in the altercation by coming back, by approaching those kids, and by cocking his arm. He was the initial aggressor. He provoked the fight and started the fight. He gets hit, it's on. All right, now I can claim self-defense. Now I can take this knife out that I have in my pocket while I'm on the ground, open it up, right? All intentional conduct, and start stabbing kids, right? You heard him testify, I was flailing my arms. I would submit to you, if you look at any of the injuries on these kids from 3 years ago, those are deliberate stab wounds. Those are not flailing slash marks. Stab wounds. So he stabs Ryan Hines 3 times. He stabs Faison Teal in the arm. Again, upper, right? Left arm here. Hines up in the chest as he's working his way down. And Tommy Connery, you heard testimony from Tommy Connery, who comes over and he's trying to push him away. And he's on the ground. The defendant's on the ground, and he comes right after him and starts stabbing him in the leg 4 times. Deliberate. Again, what was his intent? This wasn't self-defense. He went into that fight already armed. His response to this fight was unreasonable when you look at it in totality. It was a fist fight that escalated by his doing because he was the only one there with a weapon. At some point in time, the defendant goes back to the car that's waiting for him. He would have you believe he was chased. I would suggest to you that the video shows a different story. But nevertheless, he's back at the car, looks back, and wants to run back in. He purposefully runs back in with the knife. And you hear Charlie Connery yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. And there's another person there yelling, get out of here, bro. Because again, the Shelton kids didn't want them there. There was a communication to leave. Again, all of these things could have been prevented. This is Jimmy McGrath just before he gets stabbed at the end of the fight. He's not engaging the defendant, but he would have you believe that he or somebody else was so that he can cloak himself with self-defense or defense of third parties. He had a duty to retreat and not even go after Jimmy McGrath. He was unarmed and he did nothing wrong. And even if you believe from the evidence that Jimmy was involved somewhere in the fight, somewhere, which there's been no evidence of that, but even if that's what you can infer from the video, I would submit to you that self-defense is not retaliatory. It's defensive. You can't come back and stab somebody just because you're mad. And that's exactly what happened here. He came back from the car. He ran back at people who were already, the fight was already done. Tyler DeSilva clearly in the road. The fight was over. Kids were screaming back and forth. Tyler DeSilva even said the fight was over at that point. You hear, get out of here, bro. And at the very end of the video, you see Jimmy McGrath step back like this to try to avoid the fight, the stab wound, the deliberate stab wound in his chest. He didn't stab him in the foot. He didn't stab him in the lower leg. He stabbed him right in the chest. What was his intent when he did that? When that happens, you hear Jimmy McGrath yell, I've been stabbed, and he collapses. He collapses.
Yes, sir! Let's do it!
So he unnecessarily stabs Jimmy, right? You're going to hear an instruction about intent, right? And I'm sure the defense attorney's going to get up here and argue, he didn't wake up that morning, want to kill anybody or stab anybody. It's not what intent's about. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be formed within a moment. I would submit to you at the beginning of that fight that was not on video, as soon as he got hit, he informed the intent, the specific intent to stab people and cause serious physical injury, right? He went back to the car and he informed the same intent when he turned around and saw Jimmy. I'm going to stab this kid and get out of here. Why else would you stab him in the heart? You stab him right in the chest, piercing his heart. After he gets back to the car, he tells you that, or Snyder indicates, he gets back in the car and he says, I just stabbed like 4 kids. So he knew how many kids he stabbed. He knew how many kids he stabbed. But he knew he stabbed kids. He got to understand here, I don't know if I stabbed anybody, right? We heard that testimony. I don't know if I stabbed. I was the only one with the knife, but he couldn't even say it. But he said it that night. He knew he stabbed kids that night. So we know he did it. They go back down the road. No, before we get there, they take off. De Silva jumps in the car. They take off. They take a left. They go down Adams Drive. They're at the cul-de-sac. He says, stop the car, and throws the knife into the woods. Why? Consciousness of guilt. You'll hear an instruction about consciousness of guilt. Why are we getting rid of the weapon, right? Gets back in the car. Go, go, go. They go back down to 36 Laurel Glen. Mackenzie's sister's there. He tells Jack and Tyler, I'm going home with Mackenzie. Jumps in the car with Mackenzie, and the cars leave the area. Mackenzie drops off Keenan and Dimitri, and then they subsequently drop off the defendant at his house. Mackenzie was mad, right? She told you, I was pissed. I didn't want to be there. I was mad at him. They were going there to fight. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved in any of that. They were all going there to fight that night. But after the defendant gets dropped off, you hear about the text messages that go back and forth between Mackenzie, who was his then-girlfriend, and Raul. And he's saying things like, I can't text anything. I wasn't there. You know I wasn't there. Nothing is happening. Don't text me. I'm going to Florida. I didn't do anything. That was text messaging. They didn't want to put anything in writing. You also hear that he spoke to Tyler De Silva on the phone. And when he spoke to Tyler De Silva on the phone, he says, dude, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. Because he knew what he was doing that night, and now he's having buyer's remorse. So again, what was his intent, right? You guys are really going to be able to examine what his intent was. And the judge is going to give you an instruction such as, there's no particular length of time necessary for the defendant to have formed the intent. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be created in a moment. Intent may be, and usually is, inferred from the circumstances of the crime, since no witness can come into court and testify that they looked into a defendant's mind and saw what his intention was. You can look at the number of wounds inflicted, the location of those wounds on each person's body, the type of instrument used to cause those wounds, and his conduct during all of this. I would submit you could even look at the conduct from Lazy Brook. What was his conduct during that fight, and then for what his intent was later on that night. In this case, the state contends that there were 9 stab wounds inflicted by this defendant on 4 different individuals. They were stab wounds, not slashes. I would suggest to you that a person who stabs multiple people multiple times in areas of the body that would cause serious physical injury and death intended to cause those serious physical injuries and death. There's no other rational conclusion. So that's what this case is about. The defendant was enraged about what had happened earlier. He armed himself and he returned to a house to face those kids with the intent to stab somebody. He could have waited down the street. He could have called the cops. He didn't have to go back. He did. He intentionally went back. It doesn't make sense when someone says, I was very scared, frightened, and panicked, to go put yourself back in that situation. It makes 0 sense. And because of his conduct, 3 people are going to have to live with scars for the rest of their lives, both mentally and physically. And James McGrath lost his life unnecessarily. And the ripple effects that's caused his family. The credible evidence in this case shows that on that day, He intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal. He caused that injury by stabbing him in the upper arm with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Tommy Connery, the credible evidence shows that he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Tommy Connery. He specifically intended to cause that injury by stabbing him 4 times in the upper leg, causing deep stab wounds. You heard testimony from his doctor. She was concerned about compartment syndrome and him losing his leg. Deep stab wounds. I mean, deep stab wounds. These are not flailing slash marks. These are deep stab wounds. Again, the manner in which the wounds are the wounds are inflicted. It's not corroborative of slash marks. And he did that with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Ryan Hines, he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Ryan Hines. He had the specific intent to cause that injury by stabbing him 3 times in the upper torso, causing a collapsed lung and other injuries to his lower abdomen and hip area. And he did that again with the dangerous instrument. And with regards to Jimmy McGrath, he formed the specific intent to kill Jimmy McGrath at the moment he came back from that car, turned to him, and plunged the knife into his heart. He didn't slash at Jimmy McGrath. He plunged the knife into his heart, through his rib cage, and through his heart, and the poor kid bled to death right there on the front lawn. The judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy. You need to file that instruction. And I apologize for getting a little choked up here, because I have a son as well. And I can't imagine what it feels like to have that happen. And I hope no one else ever has to. I hope no one else has to go through this ever. It's terrible. I apologize for taking a moment. But again, the judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy, so please follow that instruction on sympathy. But we are confident that after you review all of this evidence, you will find the state has proved each and every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You'll find that the defendant intentionally caused the death of Jimmy McGrath, intentionally caused assault in the first degree to both Ryan Hines and Tommy Connery, and intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument. We're confident after you review all the evidence, you'll determine this was not self-defense. He provoked this fight. He was the initial aggressor, and he had a duty to retreat, and he should have. The state urges you at this time, well, after you deliberate the evidence, we urge you that you find the defendant guilty of all the crimes charged in the information. The defense will now have an opportunity to speak with you, and when he's finished, I'll come back and speak with you again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Y'all Y'all are probably tired of seeing me come up here and set up with all my stuff, so I'll just get right into it. This might be a hard case because it involves young people. It might be difficult because it involves young people, right? But it is not a complicated case. It is a case about the most basic right that any of us have, which is the right to defend ourselves when we're faced with people that are intent on doing us serious physical harm. It could be as much as death, serious disfigurement, and all the other things you're going to hear about in that instruction. You've heard from the state here telling you, I guess, that Lido Valley is a criminal mastermind who came over there with the plan to be able to use all of this so that now I can claim self-defense. You heard Mr. Valley get on the stand. Mr. Valley, a criminal mastermind, can put together a plan like that? And back home, you know, we'd say, son, bless your heart, but that was mighty stupid. There was a whole lot of stupid to go around that night. There was a fire that got lit earlier in the night, and it started with all that drinking that was going on. And nobody there to say, what are we doing? How do we come into all of this? That's the first fire that was lit. And there were a lot more along the way. But again, not a complicated case. Mr. Valley took the stand. He talked to you. He didn't have to do that. Mr. Valley used a 3-inch pocket knife that Jack Snyder gave him, that Jack Snyder brought, that Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to that night. Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to Mr. Snyder giving it to him. Where was Lido Valley seated when Jack Snyder pulled that knife out and had it on his lap? Was he in the front passenger seat? No. That was Tyler DeSilva. Lido Valley is behind him with Mackenzie Trafficante on his lap. There's no way he can see that knife in Jack Snyder's lap. And Jack Snyder's the one who told you he took that out and put it in his own lap because he was so scared about what was going on. So Lido Valley can't see that knife, doesn't know it exists. Mr. Snyder told you that there was no way that Mr. Valley could have known it was there before. He'd never brought it out. He'd never said to him, hey, I got this knife. Let's go riding over to 43 LGD and get a little payback. None of that happened. So it doesn't make any sense when Jack Snyder tells you that Lido Valley asked him for a knife that he didn't even know existed. Now I get it. Maybe some of you want to believe Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva. Maybe you say to yourself, gosh, those kids, nice looking kids, they get up here on the stand. Why shouldn't I believe them? Well, ask yourself, why should you believe them over Mr. Valley? Is there something about Mr. Valley and the way he came up here and took the stand and testified that tells you you should disbelieve him but believe those two? I didn't hear the state talk at all about Exhibits 94 and 96 when they were up here. Did you? What are Exhibits 94 and 96? I bet you remember. I hope it weighed heavily on your mind. Imagine if I came up here and asked you to believe witnesses. I can't even call them paid witnesses. They have something more valuable than any money they could ever be given. What is more valuable than a complete immunity agreement? Anything? Is there anything that a 18, 19, 20-year-old kid would not come up here and do or say in order to avoid any penalty whatsoever for their actions? Does that bother you? Does that disturb you? It should. Does that sound like justice for all? Does that sound like justice for some? Does that sound like equal justice to you? Gonna give those two kids immunity agreements. Jack Snyder drove the car over there, gives the knife over to my client. Tyler De Silva gets in that same car, rides over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, says he's gonna go make peace. Listen, there was a lot of stupid going around that night. Tyler De Silva got up here on the stand and told you, well, I thought I could go up and talk to them because I didn't have a problem with them. Maybe he did. Maybe some of you sitting here look at these kids and think of your own kids. State's attorney did. I know I did. Would any of you put your faith in something as important as this in a 16 or 17-year-old? Would you have reason to doubt that maybe they would fail to go to the grocery store and get everything that you had for them on a list? But we're going to sit here and expect these folks to give us the evidence that we need in order to convict somebody of murder who's charged with the same things that these folks could and should be charged with. They told you that. They know what they're exposed to. I went over it with them. I asked them about it. They know exactly what they're doing when they're coming in here. Jack Snyder's story doesn't make any sense. He gave him the knife because he asked for the knife that he didn't know existed? It's not just implausible. It's not just improbable. It is impossible. You don't ask for something that you don't know exists. He didn't know it existed before that moment. So we watched the Ring video. The Ring video is the 36 Laurel Glen Drive. That's Exhibit 44. You'll have that available to you. You see the car stop. You see Mackenzie get out. She's walking up ahead. Raul's already on the curb, a little ashamed. He's in a bad situation here. Mackenzie's obviously upset with him. She's walking down towards the curb. Tyler De Silva gets out of the front. And then the car stops. And it's there for some time before it drives off. And Mr. Valle told you that's when Jack Snyder threw him the knife and said, just in case. Just in case what? Just in case this situation that I caused over here at 43 Laurel Glen Drive comes running down the street at you, throwing things and hollering things, and I'm about to drive off and leave you? Does that make more sense than, he was pissed off. He was the most pissed off. He was angrier than anybody else there. And he asked me for that knife that he didn't know existed. Jack Snyder has every incentive in the world to make these folks and you promises that he just can't deliver on. He's got no more powerful, there is no more powerful incentive in the whole world than what he's got. What are the terms of that agreement that he was given? He's got to come in here and testify truthfully. But who makes that determination? Who's he working for when he's under that immunity agreement? Not me. Not you. The state. And what did they all tell you, almost without fail, about what they did before they came in here? They met with the state's attorney a number of times. To do what? To get ready, to make sure that when they took that stand, they were going to testify truthfully. And I put air quotes around that, because what does truthfully mean in this instance? To those guys, as they told you, it meant not deviating from the things that they had said. The things that they waited 7 months, and after they'd gotten an immunity agreement, before they were going to say anything. Now, when we were in here during jury selection, some of you said, well, there can be a lot of gray. There's more than two sides to every story. That was a bit of truth. How many sides to a story did we get here? And some of you said, well, a lot of people will lie. And you said that maybe you had a little bit of an idea about what had happened here. You've got way more of an idea now about what happened here. And some of you said, well, I don't expect everyone to testify truthfully. People may want to defend or protect their families. You need more than just common sense to determine credibility. Some of you said you had an experience with a kangaroo court. And you know what that's like. Don't turn this into a kangaroo court by putting any more weight into the testimony of Tyler Da Silva and Jack Snyder than what it deserves. And it doesn't deserve any more weight than the paper and the ink on which it is written, because that incentive is overwhelming. That's more than just defending your friends or your family. That's defending yourself. And some of you said, if we don't follow the law, our system wouldn't work. It's not here just for one person. It's not here just for a few people. It's here for all of us. And that's right. You all take seats that were laid out for you hundreds of years ago. You come in and you take those seats. And you got to put your sympathy aside. Sympathy for the victim, sympathy for the complainant, sympathy for anybody. It's got no place here. Some of you have experience taking things through a process, doing quality control and making sure that everything has been met along the way. Use that experience here. Does this make sense? Would this pass through quality control? I told you before, some of these witnesses, if not all of them, are promising more than they can deliver. Imagine if somebody tells you something that you know just can't be true. Somebody tells you they got to make a delivery and it's going to take them an hour and a half to get from here, in the middle of the day, through the city, down to D.C. in 3.5 hours. They're making you a promise because they want you to believe them. They know you'd be really happy if they could actually make that trip, but they can't deliver on that. That's more than what they could possibly do. That's what these witnesses are doing for you. They're telling you things that they can see that couldn't have been seen. Why are they doing that? They want to avoid consequences that Mr. Valle is now saddled with. They want to protect themselves. They want to protect their friends. And they want to protect the memory of a loved one that they lost. Now, during jury selection, I asked you all if you could be open to the idea of self-defense. And to a person, you told me that you could. Some of you said you'd had to use some self-defense before. And you said you'd be open to it and you could understand that the law allows you to use self-defense. To defend yourself, to defend loved ones. Whether or not you had experience with doing that, you said you'd be open to it. I don't know what you thought you were going to hear or what you thought self-defense looked like. Some of you had experience with it, some of you don't. But this is what self-defense looks like. It's messy. It's chaotic. It transpires quickly, and you don't have to make the best decision. That's not what the law requires. That's not. It's a higher bar than anybody could be expected to make. It requires that you make a reasonable decision, that you make a decision that you had a reason for. You watch those videos, you know there's a reason for the defense that he used. He's down on the ground. He's getting kicked, stomped, punched, and he's being given no reason to believe that that's going to stop unless he makes it stop. Nobody's saying, that's enough, guys. Everybody up. Just a few licks and then we'll let him go. That didn't happen. What did happen? People joined in the fray. There were at least 15 to 20 people out there, at a minimum. And you know that because if you watch that video, you can count them. Michael Sampieri, Sal Perry, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Lockovich, Ryan Hines, Ty Wood, Tanner Chernowski, Tommy Connery, Charlie Connery. The list goes on. We heard about all of them. We see some of them. Alex Burnson. Some of them couldn't be identified. Those are at least the people that we can see. And Mr. Valley's down on the ground, getting kicked, punched, can't tell what's going on around him. Ryan Hines is on top of it. And Ryan Hines is punching him in the face. And Ryan Hines tells you, I didn't think he was aiming for me necessarily. Because he wasn't. He reaches in his pocket and he takes out the only thing that he's got there. The only thing at that point that he thinks is going to make them stop because they've not given him any reason to believe that they're going to do so on their own. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, well yeah, but he said he brought a knife to a fist fight. No, he didn't bring that knife to that fist fight. He had that knife in his pocket because Jack Snyder took it out and threw it to him. And he's got some kids running down the way. He picks it up, sticks it in his pocket. Now you heard the state argue to you, well, you know, they submit that that's when he gave it to him now, is when we see it on that Ring video. Agreeing, I guess, with what Mr. Valley tells us, which is in fact, as you will recall, entirely different than what Mr. Snyder says, than what Keenan Frasick says. Snyder tells you he doesn't give him the knife until it's asked for, which again is completely ridiculous and unbelievable. But he tells you that happens after they're looking at the car. After he's dropped them off, driven down the street, leaving them there, comes back, and then everybody else who was still in the car gets out. Do you remember that? That was Jack Snyder's testimony. He didn't tell you that he threw it to him while they were right there. And Keenan Frasick, what does he describe? A mad scramble through the console, through the glove compartment. Where's that knife? Give me the fucking knife. Didn't happen. It's just unbelievable. It's not what Jack Snyder or anybody else describes. But Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva and all these other kids that are in that car, all these kids that had once been his friends, all these kids who haven't talked to him ever since that night, though they still remain very close with one another. Those kids all told you that Mr. Valle was the most upset of anyone there. More upset than Jack Snyder about his car. More upset than Tyler DeSilva, who was worried about the damages and how much it was going to cost. He was the most upset of anybody there. And he went into a rage. He was so angry. Gosh, I've never seen anybody that angry in my life. He goes digging through the car and this and that and the other. Why? Does that make any sense? Of course not. Not unless you start to think about what's motivating them to ostracize and distance themselves from Mr. Valle, to aggrandize what he was doing so that they can demonize it, so that they can wipe their hands of Mr. Valle. I had no idea. I don't know. He was so mad. He was so angry. I just thought we were just going to go get back in the car, and I was going to go make peace. It doesn't make any sense. Mr. Valle told you he and Tyler DeSilva were best friends. Again, it might have been mighty stupid to get back in that car. But there was so much stupid running around that night. And now Mr. Valle's the only one sitting here facing anything for it. Because he got in that car and had a pocket knife in his pocket. You'll recall not a single witness telling you that he got out of that car and came onto that lawn with that knife displayed. None of them saw it. He didn't get out dancing around with it, licking the blade, asking who wants a piece of this. None of that. He's not a person who carries a knife. It wasn't his knife. And mind you, one of the charges that you don't hear here is criminal trespassing. It was stupid to go on that lawn. I would agree with you. We could argue about that, and I would concede that. But it wasn't criminal under those circumstances. Those kids, for whatever their reasons were, had invited them there and wanted them on that lawn. What do they tell you? Did we hear a series of witnesses come in here and tell us all the things that they could remember so clearly, and they all could remember? I looked in the car. I might have been a long way away, but I could see Mr. Valle, and I could see Tyler DeSilva, and I could see Mackenzie Traficante, and I could see Jack Snyder. But then when it came time to tell us, well, who else was there with you? Who else went out into the front yard with you? I can't really recall. Really? But you told us that all those folks were your friends, lifelong friends, grew up with them from childhood, been over to their homes, so comfortable that when they got to the house, they could walk right up and go in through the Bilko doors. That they could go downstairs, nobody would even blink an eye, right? And when they got down there, they could see their friends, they knew who was there. But then when they all went outside, do you remember this? It was everyone got up. All of us went together. Oh, really? Who were you beside? Ooh, I can't recall that, actually, now that you mention it. Oh, okay. Well, who was at the car? Some of them told you. You know, there was a couple of us at the car, right? Maybe 3 or 4 of us at the car. Then others told you, no, there was maybe 10 of us that went to the car. And there were others that told you, no, there was more like 15 or 20 of us, and we were all around the car. Some of them told you, I didn't see anybody touch the car. I didn't see anything going on over there. It was peaceful, what I saw. And yet others told you, no, we had our hands on the car. We were rocking it. There was somebody bouncing up and down on the rear bumper. Who? I can't recall. Oh, okay, but you just went through a whole list of folks that you could tell us were there, that you saw downstairs, and you all went out together. So surely you must have seen Tyler Rich by the car. I don't recall. Oh, okay. What about Ty Wood? Where was he? I don't recall. You will have the opportunity to see all the evidence here as long as you want, as many times as you wish. Do a test, do an experiment. Go through those witnesses. See when they can't remember things and ask yourselves if that's convenient, if it seems like they're protecting their friends. Or ask yourselves, is there something wrong with their memories? Why is it so selective? Why can they remember some things but not others? And do those things seem designed to protect their friends and themselves? Hey, Tyler Rich has got to tell you that he told Tyler De Silva to get the fuck out of here when he sees him on his lawn. Because what he can't come in here and tell you is he didn't tell him get the fuck out of here. He wanted him on that lawn. And he wanted for his friends and him to be able to jump them and get some payback. Because if he tells you that, and if he tells the cops that, then he and his friends could get charged. Maybe they get an immunity agreement. Who knows? But they certainly have to admit to some conduct that is criminal. And they're not gonna do that. They didn't do it that night. To the extent that they came in here and told you things that were different from what they told the cops before. I tried to point that out. I asked every single one of you during jury selection, probably looking at me like, what in the world is this all about? I gave you the parking lot example. Everybody remember the parking lot example? Right? I said, what would you be interested in knowing? Right? If you came out and you saw two strangers that you'd never met before, and they're each pointing at each other and saying, he did it. And you look at your white car. Remember the white car? It's got a long red gash. Remember the red gash? I said, would you be interested in knowing whether either of them drove a red car? You guys looked at me, you're kind of like, I guess. And I said, okay. Would you be interested in knowing whether or not there was any objective, other evidence that you could look at, like surveillance camera footage? He said, yes, that would be interesting to me. And I said, okay. Would you be interested in whether or not there were any eyewitnesses or people who claimed to be eyewitnesses? And you all said, yes, I think I would be interested in that. And I said, would you be further interested in knowing where those people were standing and whether or not it was possible for them to have seen what they claimed to have seen? And you all said, yes. And then I finalized that and I said, and would you be interested in seeing how all of that evidence either aligns or doesn't? And you all said yes. I know you did, because I wouldn't have chosen you otherwise. That's your job, is to look at that evidence. It's my job, based on what you told me, to try and show you those things about the evidence that gives you some doubt about what you're being told. You're being asked to align yourself with Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder. You're being asked to condone that testimony and accept that and say, I don't have a reasonable doubt about what those two fellas told me. Again, would you trust those two fellas knowing that that had that kind of incentive under any other circumstances where you had a decision as serious as this to make? If they were the two guys, the paid spokespeople, that were telling you about a surgery that you should get, would you want to know what sort of value they were being given to tell you that that was what you needed to do? Of course you would. Would you make a serious decision and not have a reasonable doubt about it on the basis of those two folks? Would you trust that kind of evidence under those circumstances? Of course you wouldn't. Don't start doing it now. Why would you? You'll never forgive yourself if you do that. Don't overlook your reasonable doubts. This system is built on reasonable doubt. It's fundamental because none of us were there. We're looking at it after the fact, and we're trying to determine, has the state proven its case beyond reasonable doubt? You may feel inclined to try and solve the crime or somehow make things right. That's not your job. You can't fix all the ills that led up to that night. Your job is to determine whether or not you have a reasonable doubt about what happened that evening based on the evidence that you've been presented. And I think you've got more than a single reasonable doubt. You've got reasons to doubt Jack Snyder. You've got reasons to doubt Tyler DeSilva. And you should heed those doubts. That's what the law tells you to do. Listen to your doubt. Give your doubt credence. It is, in fact, what binds us, because it's there for all of us. And if you don't follow that doubt and give it the credence that it deserves, you're not following the law. And you're leaving these seats in a lower place than they were there when you took them. Just as fundamental to our system is the presumption of innocence. And again, I know I asked every single one of you whether or not you could uphold that. Whether or not you could tell me, as you sat there and looked at Mr. Valle, that you could presume him to be innocent, despite the fact that he had been charged with these things. And again, you know, we made it kind of easy for you. This is not a case of a whodunit. This is not a case where we're claiming somebody else, who knows. No, this is not a case about who did what. With the exception, perhaps, I guess, of Faison Teal, as I think about it. I mean, there's no evidence, really, to show you that what happened to Faison, cut on his arm there, was as a result of a stab any more than Faison coming in and getting in a couple stomps, somebody pushing him from behind, and him getting a cut there. There really isn't. But it's not about who had the knife. It's about why and whether or not that was reasonable. Did he have a reason to do that? Or was he just out there to kill somebody? The state gets a lot of things wrong about this case. But it got one thing absolutely right. This is a specific intent case. But it's not specific intent to murder. You know that. You sat here through all of this. There was no specific intent to go out and murder. In order to believe that there was specific intent to murder Jimmy McGrath, you would have to believe that Mr. Valle was some sort of trained knife fighter who knew that by taking a 3-inch pocket knife and inserting it between the 6th and 7th intercostal, that he could strike directly into Mr. McGrath's heart. Now again, he's no criminal mastermind, and he's certainly no trained knife fighter. What he was a 16-year-old boy, down on the ground, getting stomped and kicked. And the numbers were overwhelming. Was it 15? Was it 20? Were they all focusing their attention on him at one point? Were they all focusing their attention on Tyler DeSilva? In that chaos, that's not a determination he could or had to make. None of us likes violence. We're not up here saying violence is okay. That's not part of the argument. But what we're saying and what the law says is that when you have a reason to believe that you need to defend yourself, that you have a right to do that and to use the force necessary. And that's what he did. And how do you know that that's what he did? Well, I guess if the state's now conceding that he got that knife during that exchange down on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, when we see those folks coming up, then the state should also have to concede the following. He had that knife in his pocket, and he didn't take it out when those folks came up. And he didn't take it out when he got sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB Blaster. Forgive me, I have no idea what PB Blaster is. But I understand it's something that you could spray out from an aerosol can. And he didn't use it then either, despite having it right in his pocket. That's a lot of control for a person that they want you to believe is basically a homicidal maniac. He can't be both. Now, when he's down on the ground, you may recall Ryan Hines telling you, again, I didn't feel like he was aiming at you. What else did he tell you about his position? Do you remember? You could see his arm doing this thing, but it looked like his other arm and his bicep were somehow stuck under him or pinned beneath him. Sure, because he told you he was in the fetal position down on the ground before he was able to get that knife out and start using it. And he had not just Ryan Hines on him, but all those other boys. You can see it in the video. You've got a couple different versions of that video, and I gave you Defense Exhibit B, and I'd ask you to use it, a frame by frame that you can go through as fast, as slow, focus in on a single frame, and you can see that there are two groups that peel off, that there are two folks that are wearing very similar outfits, and those outfits look very much like the lighter bottoms, dark blue top, some graphic on the back, the Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery admitted to having been wearing that night. And you can see in some of those frames feet attached to those figures, kicking a figure down on the ground that is clearly not Tyler DeSilva because he's being subjected to a separate beating over to the left. And you heard about how there were two fights that developed, and that one goes down over to the right and one's going on over to the left. And think about what he's facing at that moment when he's down on the ground, because that's what self-defense requires. Not us sitting here later in the cool hindsight of this room, the ability to say, look at this, look at that. No, it's at that moment when you're 16 years old and you're down on the ground and you're facing the entire Shelton High School football team that's pissed off and they already know about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right? You heard testimony. They got there and everybody was already asking them about it. One of the first persons that came up to ask Ryan Hines about it was Jimmy McGrath. Griffin Marcinzik told you, Jimmy McGrath's one of the toughest kids I knew. There was already a building fury in that basement. They didn't know about that. This bunch of idiots are in the car. They just got added to a group chat. People are talking shit to them, as they said. People that they claim they knew on social. Can we all agree that if you think you know somebody on social, you don't know that person? I think you guys have all gleaned what a Luddite I am by my inability to work this contraption over here. Knowing somebody on social, you just don't know anything about that person. These were all strangers, at least to my client. Now, you know they're not all strangers to Tyler DeSilva. Right? He told you about growing up with some of them. He told you about they knew cousins and things of this nature. And here they are, texting in the group chat, talking shit, and he says he thought it would be funny to tell them to come over to Trumbull High School because they were going to leave Trumbull High School, and if they showed up, they'd be gone. And then he told you, I saw a picture that got sent on the group chat, and I realized, oh man, I know some of these kids, and he left. He left the group chat. There's Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder in the front seat, and they're still going back and forth, and they're still going at it. Jack Snyder, Griffin Marcinzik are really going at it, right? Griffin Marcinzik is taking photos of the car out front saying sitting ducks. That's what he was facing when he's down on the ground. Not you and I coming up around him and saying, what's going on here, my friend? Perhaps you should not be here right now. This appears to be a bad idea. No, that's not what that video shows. And let's talk about the existence of that video. These kids were ready. They came out with their phones going. This was gonna be a trophy. Just like a hunter hanging a head up on the wall. Let's document this. Let's record this. Not, oh gosh, we don't want this to be going on. This scene's a little too violent. Gentlemen, let the young man up. No, we're filming this thing. And we're celebrating. You remember Tanner Chanowski up on that stand? When I asked him, can you identify whose voice that is saying, yes, sir? That was me. That was you? And you're saying, yes, sir! Is that celebratory? I don't know what you mean, celebratory. I don't know. I don't know why I said it. Oh, I asked, did somebody ask you a question to which the answer was yes, sir? Is that what happened? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so either. And again, how many times did these guys tell you something here that they admitted they hadn't told anyone before? And how often were they telling you, we were all doing something? Everybody just went. I couldn't see this and that and the other. But then on cross-examination, they would tell you, oh, well, you know, yeah, everyone was throwing something, but actually that was me that was throwing something. Everyone was screaming stuff, but actually that was me that was doing it. They wanted to minimize their involvement, generalize what they were doing, anonymize it, and scrub it clean so that they could come in here and tell you, we were just shocked to find this going on. You know that's not true. If you want to believe that, ask yourselves, why? Why do you want to believe that? Sympathy? Do you have any reason not to doubt that when they tell you that? These are people that are filming a beating, not just one. Ricky Fiola's filming too, right? We just don't have that film. Ricky Fiola's over there, he's got the camera out, he's doing this. You can see him in some of these freeze frames that they show you, right? He's like this, and you can almost kind of see when he turns over and he looks at the camera, and the light shines right in his eyes, and boop, you get that little red, and he's kind of like, oh shit, right? Oh, I didn't realize somebody else would be filming me filming. And then he goes, and what does he do with that? He goes and gives it right to the cops, right? No. He takes it, and he shows it to some girls that were watching the thing go on. He wants to show them Tyler Da Silva getting beat because he thought one of the girls would like seeing Tyler get, and then he kind of drifted off, right? And I asked him, can you finish that for us? And he couldn't remember what it was that he wanted to show him for at that. There's no reason to believe that those folks were going to stop unless they were made to stop. And if you tell yourself that there's a reason to believe that they were going to stop unless they were made to stop, and if somebody back in that jury room tells you, no, he didn't have to do that. They were just going to stop and then let him up. Well, what's the reason to believe that? I'm asking, what's the reason to believe that? What's the psychology of a mob? What's the psychology of 18 to 20 boys and men? Don't forget, this is a boy at that time. Some of those folks there were men. They had already graduated. Right? They told you. Taylor Capella told us. It was mostly older kids there that night. What is the psychology of a mob? The problem with the mob is not what they do as much as what they might do. Because you don't know what they might do. So when you're down on the ground, you're getting kicked and punched and stomped, And again, we know there's at least 15 to 20 people there. It doesn't matter what these witnesses got up here and told us on the stand as far as saying, no, it was just a one-on-one, or maybe it was two of them talking with them. That's just simply unbelievable based on what we see there and what's going on that video. And we heard a little bit from some of the witnesses trying to tell us Raul's there on the lawn beside Tyler Da Silva. They're facing this big group of Shelton High football players that have started to circle them. He's not got the knife out, but he's going to pull back like he's cocked and ready to punch somebody. And who was that supposed to be? Ty Woods? You didn't hear Ty Woods tell you that, did you? No. You didn't hear a thing from Ty Woods. You heard the people that are trying to protect themselves from what they did tell you that that's why Tyler Rich just had to haul off, even though he was over here talking to Tyler Da Silva, and punch Mr. Valle, who again still had not pulled out a knife, even though he's got it in his pocket. Didn't even pull it out to say, hey, whoa guys, this is looking a little dangerous here. I think maybe you should all know, back off. No, at that point, Tyler Da Silva's still thinking he's going to make peace because he knows somebody's cousin. They know his cousins. Ricky Fiola and Tanner Chernowski are proof that everybody there knew what they were planning to do because they had their cameras ready to go. So those are the kind of folks that are kicking and stomping and punching Tyler Da Silva and Mr. Valle while they're down on the ground. And the first three folks that get stabbed, look at their wounds. Again, Faison Teal. He told you, well, I was sort of over on the side, and then I came in and I started getting in a few, what did he call them? Light stomps? Medium stomps? You ever been medium stomped? Anybody? What's a medium stomp? A stomp is a stomp. A stomp is somebody down on the ground. You don't stomp somebody who's standing up, do you? No. No more than you stab somebody in the legs unless you're down on the ground. Look at those wounds. One to the back of the leg. A couple to the front. Those are wounds that you give somebody when you're down on the ground. You don't bend down and give a couple here and a little there and let me get one in the back. It's just not how that happens. It happens fast because you're frightened and you're panicked and you're scared and you have a reason to believe that you've got to do that because nothing else is stopping them. In fact, you heard Mr. Valle. It scared him even more after he had to do that because it didn't stop. And you've got Ryan Hines. Look at his injuries. One to the ribs. What, when you're over top of him? When you're punching him in the face? Then further down on the side, and finally one down on the hip flank area. Again, what did he do? Mr. Valle was standing with him and went, one here, one here, one here, and one there. It makes no sense. It's not the way this happened. It's not the way self-defense happens. Again, it's not complicated. Doesn't mean it's not hard. Doesn't mean it's not difficult, the decision that you have to make. But it is not complicated. It is simple. He's down on the ground. He's getting beat. He's getting stomped. The same thing is happening to his friend. Nothing is telling them that that's going to end unless he makes it stop. So with his arm pinned behind him while he's getting stomped and kicked, boom, Ryan Hines. Tommy Connery tells you he comes over and separates them, right? And he takes his place. Takes his place over top of him, pounding him on him? No, he's over there as well getting in his kicks. His leg gets stuck, gets the side, the back, right? Now Ryan Hines tells you after he got stabbed, That was it. He had nothing to do with what happened to Tyler Da Silva. You know that's not true because you saw that video. You saw that green hoodie, black shorts with the white trim right over there on top of Tyler Da Silva, kicking him and stomping him with the rest of the group. Part of the state's argument here is simple. Who are you going to believe? Our witnesses or your lying eyes? Look at the video. Watch it, and you will see there are two groups here. You will see one group breaks off. That's the group that is beating on Mr. Valle, and then you can see them shove him into the road. He walks to the car. Thank goodness, at that point, Tanner Chernowski was filmed. Because what do we see? Camera pans over. He's looking. What's he looking at? He's looking at where Mr. Valle is. Mr. Valle's by the car. He opens the door briefly. You see the light come on inside, the interior light. And then you see his head go just like this. Right? And we can see the side of his face. We see the profile. And you can almost hear the wheels clicking inside Tanner Chernowski's mind. It's like, what's he looking at? And you see the camera pan again. Boom. What does that camera pan right to? Tyler Da Silva on the ground, surrounded, getting pounded on by a number of kids, right? Kids that are saying, yeah, come on, get some. Who wants a piece of this? Yes, sir. That's what's going on. Any indication those kids are going to just stop that at that point? No. Not a single reason to believe that they're going to stop. They didn't stop with my client until he had used that knife. And they gave him no reason to think that they were gonna until he used that knife. That knife was a tool. It was the only tool that he had available to him to survive that night. That was the specific intent that he had. The state's charged specific intent crimes. Again, they're right about specific intent, but it's not specific intent to murder. It's not specific intent to assault. It's specific intent to survive. Because he had no reason to believe they were going to just let him, that was going to stop. They were intent on pummeling him into unconsciousness at best, serious physical harm, almost certainly, and no way to know whether or not that was going to stop until he was dead. Just not. If you want to believe otherwise, ask yourself why. You're going to get an instruction on implicit bias. Is there something about the way my client looks, the way I am, that makes you think he's any less believable than those kids? That he deserves to have self-defense available to him any less than any one of us? That those kids, if they were down in that same position, wouldn't have done that exact same thing? Would it change your mind if he'd had a screwdriver with a 3-inch shaft in his pocket and that he pulled that out and used it? He'd have the same wounds, stabs and punctures. This is what self-defense looks like. Most of us have never had to think about that before, right? What does self-defense look like? I don't know. Maybe I saw it in a movie or something. There's no manual for self-defense. When you're down on the ground, there's no handbook that you can pull out and be like, page, getting stomped by group of, how many of you are here? Okay. Doesn't work like that. The law doesn't require you to go through that, because if it did, you'd be dead. Maybe that's something that you've never thought about with the law, but I asked you guys, I know I did. Can you follow the law even if you don't like it? And I probably gave you some ridiculous example, like, have you ever heard the song, I Can't Drive 55? Right? There's a guy who doesn't like the speed limit rules, and he says he can't follow them. Well, this is a lot more serious than that, right? This is, can you follow the law even if you don't like the fact that somebody died? But the law is, you just have to make a reasonable choice. Did he have a reason to do what he did? Yes. Do you have any reason to doubt that? What is it? Because Tyler Da Silva told you that the fight was over when he got back over there? You saw Tyler Da Silva in that video. He didn't think the fight was over. He's in the street, hitching up his pants, facing back towards the group. And we can't see Raul at that point. Tanner's perspective is over here. We can see Jimmy McGrath a little bit on the side. And you heard Mr. Valle tell you. They were forming a semicircle. They were forming a horseshoe. And I asked all of those witnesses who watched that video, where did those kids go? Where was Charlie Connery coming from? Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. Who were those kids that were following him? One of them was Matthew Lockridge. One of them was Jimmy McGrath. Where were they coming from? Watch that video. Use the frame by frame. Go through that part closely. You'll see exactly where they were coming from. They're coming from just having been involved with the fight with Lito that shoved him out into the grass, out into the street. That's exactly where they're coming from. Now, he didn't have time to identify anybody. He didn't know Jimmy McGrath. That's probably the tragedy, the most tragic thing of this whole thing. These kids are practically strangers, at least when it comes to Mr. Valle, as to all of them. And with a stranger, you can't know. What is that person going to do? You have to make your decisions based on the information that they're giving you at that moment. Again, what's the information that he's got? These are kids that are going to attack the car. These are kids that are going to stomp, kick, punch, gang up on, film it, record it. For what? I asked Tanner Chernowski, why are you recording this? Oh, I don't know. I just do that. And then at some point he admitted to collect memories. He thought this was going to be a memory that he wanted to keep before he knew what the tragic outcome was. But when he thought it was just a beating and an assault that was going to go on, yeah, that was a memory he wanted to collect. That's who Tanner Chernowski is. That's who these other kids were. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, when he comes back onto the grass and he passes by Tyler Da Silva, at that point, you know, I can't see any of those other kids that are there. I just see Tyler, and then I see a little bit of Jimmy. Well, you see a little bit more than that. Right? You see that hand? Remember that hand down here around the back on Jimmy? It's not his hand. It's Matt Lockovich's hand. Because they're side by side. Because they are part of a semicircle. This is a group that has been acting as a group the entire time. You're telling me all of a sudden this group has decided, oh, let's split up, let's single out. No. And in fact, you can see in the video, across the way, there's another person on the other side of Mr. Valle. He's got on a dark top and there's some sort of white lettering across the top. You may remember I was trying to point that out. You're going to have that evidence. Take a look at it. And ask yourself about perspective, right? Because when we're looking at things one way, we can see it like this, and these things appear to be very distant and far apart. But if I shift over here, now it looks like something else is in front. And ask yourself, wait a second. He steps into that place. These kids are all around him. They don't just disappear. And you say, okay, well, hold on. Charlie Connery's yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. These kids are all backing up, right? Makes perfect sense, right? Thank you, Charlie. You solved that one for us. I think he did, inadvertently. Do you tell somebody who's running out of a house fire, fire, fire! I gotta warn you about the fire that you're running away from. No. You warn somebody about a danger that they are running into. And that's exactly what was happening here. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Guys, don't go rush him. You need to back up. That's who you warn. You don't call off people that are already calling themselves off. Again, that just doesn't make sense. And you don't have to believe those witnesses just because it's their friend who died. You don't. And you shouldn't. And you wouldn't under any other circumstances. Some of you have experience doing workplace investigations. You know this is way more serious. These stakes are so high. Why are you going to believe these witnesses and this evidence under circumstances like this, when you wouldn't believe these folks, knowing what you know about them, their selective memory, their efforts to minimize and generalize and anonymize, not put themselves or their friends in any danger? Lay it all on him. Your duty is to look at this situation, the circumstances that my client faced as they were at that time. It's at least 20 versus 2. It's at least that. Could have been more. Some of these folks told you, oh, well, there's people watching. They're just sitting. They're just watching. Okay. You want to believe that, there's probably nothing I can tell you or should even argue to you. These folks had sprayed WD-40 in his face. These folks, 20 versus 2. That's 40 fists, 40 feet and legs. There's nothing that says the force he uses to defend himself under those circumstances has got to be identical. Just because they have fists and feet doesn't mean he can only punch and kick back. That's not what self-defense requires. It simply requires reasonable. Is it reasonable to use a 3-inch pocket knife that you didn't bring, but that you have in your pocket because your friend gave it to you? Under those circumstances? Of course it is. Look at these wounds. Jimmy McGrath, 1 wound. That's it. He's not trying to stab him over and over and over. He steps into this situation. Look at the amount of time between the time he steps onto the grass. And again, perspective, they want to try and tell you that that kid on the far side of him is not lined up with Mr. Valle. Look at the grass underneath their feet. Valle's on the grass. That kid's on the grass too. The line of the curve goes just like this. You know about horizon and perspective? They're almost side by side, those two kids. The other kids haven't gone anywhere. It's wet. You remember me asking all these kids, is it dark, wet, rainy, misty? I don't remember. You can see it in the video. You can see rain beating on the windows of the cars. Of course it's wet. And you heard Taylor Capella tell us he came onto the grass and he slipped. He spun around. And Mr. Valle told you he got punched. Somebody swung at him. Did you see Matt Lockovich's hand on Jimmy's back? Then all of a sudden it's gone. You can infer what happened there. Matt Lockovich takes a swing at him, and Mr. Valle told you, I just swung, I put everything I had into it, I was terrified. These kids hadn't stopped before when they were stomping me and I had to use that. They weren't stopping now. Did he have a safe retreat that he could completely and safely retreat? Of course not. Last time that he had tried to get up, these kids tackled him and went down again. And here they were coming again. And we know they were coming again because we hear them being warned. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Again, you're not telling that to somebody who's not walking towards that danger you're trying to walk him off, who's not rushing towards that person once again. Mr. McGrath is holding the edge. These are all football players, right? They know what it means holding the edge of that horseshoe, that semicircle. He was a threat just as much as anybody else in that mob at that point. Those are the circumstances that Mr. Valle was facing. That's what you have to judge him on. And if you want to believe these kids, look, you've heard about consciousness of guilt, right? Why have we heard this evidence about consciousness of guilt? It doesn't change anything about what happened down there on the ground at that point. It's just another effort to make my client look like some sort of criminal mastermind. He knew to go out and throw the knife into the woods. Well, let's talk about that. Who told us that that's what happened? Only one person. Jack Snyder. When he's in here singing for his supper, the jailhouse keys ringing in his ear, he's trying to give you something, trying to give the state something, to believe him. Oh, they haven't found a knife. I'll tell him he threw the knife down at the end of Adams, in the cul-de-sac. And then Chelton PD, Detective Bango tells you, oh, we went out, we looked for the knife, we couldn't find it. No knife. I guess that means Jack Snyder must be true. I guess Jack Snyder must be telling us the truth now about this. Tyler DeSilva doesn't tell you anything about that. He's in the car. It stops. Nearly hits his head on the back seat. He's screaming at Jack about something. 1 or 2 seconds later, Mr. Valle hops back in the car. Mr. Valle told you. I got out of the car. I was feeling some pain. I looked at my ribs. He didn't tell you that he had the knife or that he did something with it. He told you he lost that knife, right? And he told you he lost that knife as he was running back, trips and falls. And what's he got on his hands? You've seen it. He's got 2 big, nasty strawberries on the heels, palms of his hands, exactly like somebody would have when they fell to the asphalt. Like it looks like road rash. And he lost the knife at that point. Do you have any more reason to believe Jack Snyder about anything, let alone that? Of course not. Ask yourself, if you want to believe him, why? Why do I want to believe Jack Snyder so badly? He's not giving you any reason to believe him. The text messages. Again, here's my client, the criminal mastermind, conscious of guilt. So he's texting with his girlfriend, who's also, no, she's 17. He's 16, she's 17. They're texting back and forth like he's going to convince her that he wasn't there. That doesn't make any sense. He was panicked. He was still scared. He had no idea what had just happened. Look what he'd just been through. He's not going to convince her that I wasn't there. And then he goes to Florida. He's 16. He doesn't go to Florida because he's trying to get away from things and he knows that he can go down there and escape. I don't even know if you can get on a flight when you're only 16 years old. But he gets on that flight because that's what his parents told him to do. And that's what you do when you're 16. When your parents tell you we're going to Florida. It's not a mastermind move on his part. It's just trying to make him look bad. He doesn't need any help looking bad, okay? Again, bless his heart, there was a whole lot of stupid going around that night. That's my client that I'm talking about. Mr. Valle is no different than any of these other kids. And if you're telling yourself for some reason that you think that he is, ask yourself why. Look at the situation all these kids were in that night. How did they get there? These kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive were like torches. My client and his friends, they were like straw. Throw those torches in there, put them all together. There's absolutely no way to know what is going to happen as that wildfire starts to catch and goes round on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. But he certainly knew as he was down on the ground that folks weren't stopping with the stomping. They weren't stopping with the kicking and the punching. And so he used that knife, a tool to survive. If you're down in the bottom of a hole, dirt's being shoved on top of you, you're going to use a shovel to climb your way out. That's what he was doing that night. You have every reason to believe that.
Or a little bit over, so if you wrap it up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Folks, I'm not going to apologize for taking up a little bit more time. I do want to thank you for listening. I hope you will look at that evidence. I hope you will take your time with it. I hope you will all understand this is probably the most important thing you've ever been asked to do in your lives. And I will tell you that the law requires you, despite the tragic ending in this case, the law requires you to find my client not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, James Smith. I am going to go ahead and take a quick break before we continue on with this argument. So we'll stand in recess until 12:15. We'll come back at 12:15. All right. It appears as though all of our juror members are present. I would seek the counsel's stipulation as such before I begin.
State will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
So I first like to inquire as to the foreperson. Foreperson, please just stand. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Foreperson, I did receive the note that was signed by you, and it was time-stamped as well. The note indicates to the court that the jury, although unable to unanimously agree on some charges, has unanimously agreed as to a verdict on murder at count 1 and manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1. Also, as to counts 2 and 3, the jury has a verdict on assault in the first degree intentional. And then lastly, as to count 4, the jury has reached a verdict as to assault in the second degree intentional. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point in time, I would ask you to be seated. All right, the court at this point in time is going to move forward with the verdict that you do have relative to the counts and the charges that you have relayed in the note and that you have just confirmed on the record. So Madam Clerk is going to be providing to you additional instruction as she accepts that partial verdict, okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing. Identify himself for the record.
Yes, here. James Stone.
Thank you.
All but the foreperson may be seated. Mr. Foreperson, in the case of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle, has the jury agreed upon a unanimous verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4?
Yes, we have.
Will the defendant, Raul Valle, please rise and face the jury? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I'm sorry, hold on a moment. We have to go through the in docket number 8.
Oh, it's not on here. Sorry.
It's okay.
In docket number AAN CR 22-0189-418T, count 1 of the substitute information charges the defendant, Raul Valle, with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A, paren A, of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please pause. All right, I'm going to direct the court's inquiry to the foreperson at this time. Mr. Foreperson, your note indicated, and that's Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note indicated that the jury, after lengthy deliberations, was hopelessly deadlocked on manslaughter in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict as to that particular charge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, please continue on with count 2.
Count 2 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, again, the note that was sent to the court, provided to the court and marked, indicates to the court that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the charge of assault in the first degree reckless in violation of 53A-59A3 as a lesser included offense at count 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict regarding that particular charge as a lesser included offense. That is correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue on to count 3.
Count 3 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Again, Mr. Foreperson, Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note to the court indicates that with respect to assault in the first degree reckless under count 3 after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on that charge of a lesser included offense. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So you were unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense under count 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed to count 4.
Count 4 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, the note that was forwarded to the court indicates that at count 4 as to assault in the second degree reckless, after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked on the above charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so is it correct that the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A-60A3 at count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Your Honor, may the verdict be accepted and recorded?
Yes, the verdict shall be accepted and recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to your verdict as it is accepted and recorded. As to the first count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of murder in violation of Section 53A-54A paren A of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to count one of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of Section 53A-55 paren A paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the second count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of Section 53A-59 paren A paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the third count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of Section 53A-59 paren A paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the fourth count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of Section 53A-60 paren A paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please rise. You heard your verdict as it was accepted and recorded. You heard your verdict being read back as to each of the four counts. Is that your verdict? So say you all.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Anything from counsel at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, may we be seated?
I'm sorry?
May we be seated?
Yes, you may be seated. Thank you. I, on no request by counsel, the court is not going to hold the jury, so I won't have the claim. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to address you. Take a moment. Your verdict has now been recorded. It's been accepted by the court. The court will deal with the outstanding remaining charges once I discharge you, but I want to say a few before I do that. Your oath that you've been obligated to keep during this time, you've been obligated to stay silent, not discuss this case. I am now relieving you of the duty of your oath, so you are released from your oath. It is, of course, up to you to decide whether or not you wish to discuss this case with anyone or your role as a juror with anyone. You certainly have no obligation to do so, and please be aware that any comments that you shall make may become the cause for further proceedings concerning the verdict. I would like to take this time to recognize you and thank you for your very important service, serving as a juror, especially on a lengthy trial such as this. This takes you away from very important other aspects of your life,